And good afternoon from the Western Road ground. I declared this morning that we would have play, and we have play. In fact, we thought it might be a late start. It's an early start. News from the toss. Hailsham won the toss, and Captain Jason Tibble has elected to bat first. We haven't had rain for about an hour and a half. There's a stiff wind, and the outfield has drained well from this morning. Big Kev's in. He's brought his sleeping bag. I'm not going to talk about Spurs for another 30 seconds. Big Kev's in. So yeah, as you can see from the live picture, from the live feed, the actual wicket looks no different than it has previously. Bleached by the sun. It's been covered overnight, but we did have extensive rain. Both ends of the bowlers' run-up were covered. So the health and safety situation is fine. Umpires are happy to start. We tossed up on time and we are out there. It is the youthful opening partnership for Hailsham, as usual. Jake Hainsworth, 21 years of age. Ollie McDonald, 22 years of age. And they are taking guard now. Hainsworth will take guard. Fresh from New Zealand, played 2 league games so far this season. Has looked steady. High score of 42. And he has provided, especially against Little Common here, first game, the stability to the Hailsham lineup. The strike rate of 65. Umpires wave, and at 12:27 we are good to go. Opening the bowling for Bolney is Naziri. And it's run straight away, slightly short pitched, and Hainsworth makes no mistake and crunches on the pull through a wide mid-wicket. It looked like a bit of an opener. Kasim goes for 4. The response is to try and tuck up Hainsworth, and he glides the ball down to a wide third man and gets off strike. This brings in Ollie McDonald, wearing the green helmet as usual. So the field for McDonald. We are in the first power play where 2 fielders are permitted outside of the ring, and they are 2 fielders out, a fine leg and third man. Kasim in, and that's the first player miss. I have to say, if the bowlers are going to persist on that line today, with the overheads and some moisture about, I think the slips are going to be interested. There are 2 slips, 2 orthodox slips, and then a ring field. As I said, the 2 fielders out in the deep are deep fine leg, and as you can see in your picture just there, and third man. Kasim to McDonald, shorter again. And I think McDonald, he's not going to put those shots away. But last week, it was that kind of delivery and that kind of ball that he did cloth a little bit. Hailsham 5 for no loss. Kazim into his action. And that's the best delivery of the over. Genuine lift, genuine movement. After a couple of looseners of short pitch deliveries, he's now found his length. And certainly with the new ball today, with these overheads, that is the action. Bolney will be looking to take 2-3 wickets in this first 10 overs. And that's the length that is going to encourage the thing. I'd be looking at a gully at the moment, a gully fielder with this much shape. McDonald happy to see off the over. And I'd say honours even after the first over there. Hailsham didn't get away. Kasim found his length. And Hailsham 5 for no loss. So yes, Bolney, top of the league currently with 60 points. They've had 2 wins, one against Seaford and one against Rottingdean. Actually, both of these sides have played Rottingdean. Hailsham got off to a stonking start 2 weeks ago here against Rottingdean. A comprehensive victory. Opening the bowling from the Tommy Walder end is Zabi Mohammed. Okay, as the sight screens get moved, it is a almost identical field. No, it's not. Only fine leg back for Hainsworth. Zabi Mohammed looks like a left-arm pace bowler. One slip in place actually, and a gully position. I think this is going to be left arm, trying to slant the ball across the right-handed Hainsworth, the Australian. Let's have a look here. Yes, a steady start. Economic action, he's into his work. He's had enough of the jumper. I wouldn't say it's that warm today. I have a hot water bottle ready for the second innings. Summer has finished, it's been and gone. We had 3 weeks of sun. Let's hope it returns. Okay, so we've got left arm over now. A few Arsenal fans a bit quiet today. We'll come on to the football later on. Ball pitched, an absolute cracker. Yorker length. And it's through the defences. I'm not sure whether Hainsworth tried to flick that through leg. But Hailsham's Australian opener comes back to the pavilion. I think that has done quite a lot, that ball. He's through the gate. I think he might reflect that he was trying to play that maybe through leg. However, this is the first breakthrough for Bolney. It's that length I was talking about with the overheads today. And Hainsworth returns, scoring 5. A solitary boundary for the Australian today. And Tibble won the toss and had no problem in batting, but with and that is the way that Hailsham play. I think for that decision to be justified, it's about Hailsham having a steady 5-6 overs to see the lacquer off the new ball. It's dense cloud cover here. Bolney were happy with that. Some sawdust out again. It's going to be one of those days, but I do think we are set for 4 or 5 hours of no rain. News from the Utilita Bowl County Championship. Sussex take on Hampshire. Hailsham, ex-Hailsham player Henry Crocombe took 4 for 27 yesterday in a blistering spell. And Hampshire were 155 all out. Sussex were 110 for 5 overnight. Looking again to John Simpson, Captain Simpson, who's been a revelation since signing from Middlesex. That's not a bad nut first up for Peacock. He's done well not to nick that. And it's been a really good hour and a half for Sussex as they have moved on to 200 for 5 now. 46 ahead of Hampshire. And as I was saying, John Simpson, 57 not out. Finn Hudson-Prentice, 51 not out. This kind of partnership is one that's going to bust that game wide open for Sussex. On for victory now. A similar delivery for Peacock there from Zabi. And Peacock has just managed to keep that ball out. It's a tricky period of the game for Hailsham here. Bolney are up. I would say that the slip cordon is going to be busy for this first stanza of the game. No run. Well picked up at mid-wicket. Zipped into the keeper. So Kieran Peacock to the crease. He's had a lean spell start to the season, only 26 runs in 2 innings. That one lifts a little bit, just short of a length. Hailsham in watchful mode now, and that is the end of the second over, and the second over was a wicket maiden for Zabi Mohammed. He's into the wicket column. Now I wonder whether McDonald, who strike rate so far this season of 133, loves to get on with it in the power play. Just wonder now with the early loss of his partner whether he reins that in. 2 slips waiting. Nobody out deep in front of square. Nicely in line. Punches, no single. There's an orthodox ring field. So now that Kasim has settled into his length, there's nothing easy to hit at the moment. Kasim to McDonald. Everyone's interested. Interestingly, the bowler wasn't that interested. McDonald was looking to turn that down leg. And he's gesturing now to his partner that there is some sideways movement. We're not surprised. I said that these conditions would mean a different way of approaching innings, perhaps. Again, watchful mode. I think this is sensible batting now from Hailsham. 45 overs is a long time. Seaford were inserted last week and managed 224. But Bolney made very, very quick work of that in 20 overs. 225 for 1. A stonking 9-wicket victory. And I think they'll be hoping for similar today, that maybe conditions improve. In fact, that was 2 weeks ago, the Seaford victory. Last week it was the Rottingdean game. And they managed to skittle Rottingdean out for 194. Didn't get it quite as easily, got it 5 down. So both teams out here have played Rottingdean and registered a victory. Now, McDonald has just gone to shoulder and arms that delivery, and there's a little bit of lift. He'll take the single, and he's off the mark. And that shows you the change in approach. It's taken McDonald 9 runs to get off the mark today. A maturing of the aggressive 22-year-old. Kasim. Back to his mark now. Last ball of the over. Peacock to face. Staunchly in defence. There's a single there and it's taken. Peacock will rotate the strike. And Hailsham are 7 for 1 off 3. Going to stay totally focused on the cricket today, obviously. Shorter. Peacock didn't make full connection, but it goes away for 4, and Peacock would be happy with that, moves to 5. And I think there's a lesson here. A lot of the opening bowlers for Hailsham are here. Anything short today so far has sat up and gone for 4. Anything up there has been tricky to face. Now, I do like a nice pair of running shoes, stroke trainers. And just down here at fine leg, we have Kasim here, and he is sporting the most funkiest pair of orange bowling shoes. He's got top marks for those, I tell you. You have to be a decent bowler to wear shoes like that. And from what we've seen so far, it looks good. 5 wickets this year. For Kasim. Best of 4 for 37. But at the moment, it is Zabi who is bowling from the Tommy Walder end into his second over. 1 for 4 so far. Straying onto the hip. They're going to push 2 here. Fielder's down, and that's good running. Peacock into a fluent start. 7 off 8. So I know it is the end of the football season coming up. And there's been some brilliant results recently. Peacock on strike. Nicely steered. It's a classy stroke. Slightly wider. Peacock down, waited for the ball, late cut, and even though the cordon is well packed, Gully could not stop that. And this is very pleasing for Kieran Peacock. 11 off 9. If he can spend the next good chunk of time out there through the power play, it's going to do wonders for his confidence. 10 off the over so far. Shorter and dispatched. That was middled. 1 bounce 4. I think there's a clear message for the bowlers here. Pitch that ball up. There is thick cloud, moisture around. Anything short today so far has just sat up really. And Hailsham have rocketed on, 14 off the over to 21 for 1 with 1 ball left. Feast or famine for Zabi. First over was a wicket maiden. And he's lost his radar a little bit here. Last ball of the over. That's better. Fully pitched. Peacock's happy. He's taken 14 off the over. And Hailsham feel a bit more comfortable now at 21 for 1. Now one of the young apprentices here, young Bournemouth here, I noticed that he does have a football top on today, but it is not an Arsenal top. And I'm not surprised because, let's be honest, after 1,751 days of not winning a trophy, why would you want to wear an Arsenal top? Arteta's in there again, a serial second place manager. And yes, very sensible here from my pal, young Thomas. Second place we know is the first loser. And if ever there's a message today about what length to bowl in these conditions with the early nut, it is that length. Anything short has been crunched for 4. It's got to be up there. And he's causing problems. Is Kasim. As I said, to wear trainers like that to bowl in, you've got to be able to carry it off. He's in again. Wider, tempting the drive. McDonald swishes away. And if I could have a little word in McDonald's ear now, I'd be saying, yes, 1 off 11. Not your usual fluent self. Probably like to be on 30, 35 by now, but do not panic. You are still there. Let's see the change bowlers for Bolney. Let's see how the spinners go on this track. Well bowled and well played. Solid in defence. Yeah, I promise not to go on for football all afternoon. It's the end of the season. There's just no need. Now, I've just managed to get the movement back in my shoulder and neck. And when we get to the Hailsham innings, you will see that, unfortunately, Charlie Cousins is not involved. Quite unbelievably, I hung up my boots, my cricket boots, 14 summers ago. But I will do anything for this club. And I got the call up to be in the field for 43 overs. And I can see a wry smile here from my partner, Willie P. Welcome to the feed, my man. You've been here since 6:30 this morning setting up.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Good, mate, good. Yeah, I heard about your super sub appearance last week in the field. Did you have to do much?
I'd like to change the super sub to pretty average sub performance. What I did do, I set my Strava off and I did 9 kilometres in the field.
Nice.
Fortunately, I wasn't in front of the ball too much. Fine leg to fine leg, third man.
Trying to hide you as best they could.
They did try to hide me, but I did have the pleasure of watching the full innings of Malcolm Johnson, who scored 125 off 113 balls. 12 fours, 7 sixes. Yet again against Hailsham, Wills. He was the difference. I'm going to pause.
Yeah, that's a
I'm going to pause now because that is a lovely drive. He's waited. Feast or famine a little bit. And McDonald crunches through 4. Yeah, so I love being back on the park with the boys. There was two unfortunate misfields, but I have to say that the outfield in Little Common is a disgrace. But yeah, no, I did my bit, mate. It was nice to be back involved, but that will do now. That will do. Now, speaking of legends, Scotty Pearce in the house, looking absolutely dapper as ever. Scotty is my second favourite Australian this week. My favourite Australian being great Ange Postecoglou. He keeps to his promises. So does Scotty. And Scotty promised me he's going to drink 12 pints this afternoon. I'm sure that will happen. Right, here we go, back to the cricket. Hailsham 25 for 1 off 5. Peacock off to a fluent start. Zabi went for 14 off last over, but captain shorter, well fielded. Captain Shah persists with his opener. But this is a handy little partnership for Hailsham now. Of handy partnership of 20. It's coming good time, 25 balls. I do feel that in both innings, the opening bowlers with the overheads today, Reynolds is in. Totally booted up. Onto the hip. Turn for 1. Bolney have looked sharp in the field. But there is one there if they drop it into the leg side. The fielders are just inside the power play ring. Again, Zabi to McDonald. Well bowled, good areas. This is a very sensible approach from McDonald so far. Walks down, advances, and bisects the 2 fielders that I was just speaking about. 4 runs. I think how this will help McDonald's innings is that he's looking to build. He's thin enough, slightly brighter at the moment. 5 off the over, and Hailsham continue to now to move along at 5 and over. So far this season, Bolney, Sarab Wakaska, 4 wickets. Naziri, 5 wickets. Main man coming in at probably in the batting area, definitely Michael Gould for Bolney today. I'm looking forward to seeing him back later on. Again, beats the outside edge. Kasim into his work now. Very tidy figures so far. 3.1. No wicket for 11. So a late change. James Bellett not available at the end of the week due to personal reasons. Will Royal, who we know came into the first last year, did very well into the first team. The top 7, top 8 will remain the same. Hainsworth, McDonald, Peacock, Tiblin at 4. Ethan Dorber, who's looked in fine nick so far, 83 in 2 innings. In at 5. Also Simon Dunning, 83 runs this year so far in 2 games. He's in at 6. McDonald, only his 2nd game of the season. due to drinking commitments. Chance of a run out. Not sure that the umpire moved across to see any decision there. But they took the single, rotate the strike. 1 to Peacock. Yeah, so the top 7 we're pretty sure about. And then the lower hitting, probably, maybe Royal will come in at 8. And we have Coughlin, Anthony and Hallett. So, change to the bowling attack last week. Cousins and Bellett not available. But Jack Coughlin comes back in. Played for St Bede's last week against Eton. Did very well. We look forward to see how he goes in for the first this year. Again, that's a tidy line. McDonald can't work that one away. 1 off the over so far. So all 5 Hailsham teams in action today. Let's hope that they are going to be taken to the grass in the next couple of minutes. I say that because not all of these grounds have got covers. And that means, hopefully, that drainage is good. Could be a bit spicy. I'd probably say if wickets haven't been covered, you'd want to win the toss and bowl. Uppish, but he's got enough on it. And even though there's been heavy rain overnight, McDonald now moves on to 17. Apologies, 13 off 19. Yes, so Hailsham 2s are away at Polegate. The 2s got skittled out last week, so they'll be looking to bounce back this week in Division 5. The 3s will be desperate to get on. Look strong today. They're top of the league. They are away to Nutley in Div 9. Just pause as this final delivery is bowled. It's shorter and crunched with authority. It's gone all the way. I said that McDonald could catch up his strike rate, and he's almost going at a run of ball now. The first 6 of the day goes to McDonald. And Kasim there, I said at the start of the over he had tidy figures. He's just gone for 10 off the last 2 balls, and Hailsham move on to 41 for 1 off 7. Carrying on the Hailsham matches today, the 4th team is Field, or Ifield, they're 2s at home, and the 5th in Div 12, they are Ashburnham against Polegate 2s. Like a caged lion, Andrew Anthony. Cannot wait to get involved in the action today. Had a few texts with him back and forth this week. Complete positive mindset about this weekend. Not just today, but also tomorrow. AA is desperate to get out there today. Spearheading that Hailsham lineup. Lovely, lovely conditions for an opening bowler today. And this is the 4th over now. They're continuing with Zabi from the Tommy Walder end, the left armour. Had an early breakthrough with a swinging delivery to Hainsborough. Since that point, erred a little bit in length. Now, that was a nick. That's the exact length that I have been talking about. It's lured Peacock into a stroke. It's gone to the wicket-keeper. What I thought was a regulation catch, maybe just dipped in front of him. But that should be taken every day of the week, really. And the disappointment we can see, a tap on the back from his teammates. The keeper knows that that one has got away. So that is Peacock dropped on 17. How costly will that be? And again, very well bowled. He's channeled his aggression there, the number 24 from Bolney. He will be frustrated because that was another magic delivery. He's got the nick, and it's been grasped by the keeper. Wicket keeper Nasser Nouri. Obviously, no one means to drop at all, but that is frustrating. Full pitched. Cover point fields it. McDonald didn't throw everything at that. Again, the left armour has extracted some movement here, so McDonald is again just being sensible. Anything up there is not looking to score aggressively, especially from this end. He will know. 4 overs completed now, very soon from each bowler. We will see what... No run. We will see what Captain Shah wants to do. Yes, the early breakthrough, but Hailsham going along at over 5 and over. He may decide to introduce Wakaska, who's in good form this year. 4 wickets, economic 4.2. Lovely to see Australian Scotty Pearce here. I've been listening to a lot of Australians, well, one particular Australian, and Postecoglou this week. Just a comment yesterday from my friend Ange. He said, TV series, they're always better the third series than the second. So already we're looking to build for next year. League position can't get a lot worse. Some very quiet and worried-looking Arsenal fans. Tottenham crowned as European champions on Wednesday evening.
Europa League.
European champions.
Of the Europa League.
Shorter. Couldn't quite get it away. Fielders well placed at a wide mid-wicket. I agree that having a finer sort of square leg is not the situation here for the fielding team. That would be setting a field for a really bad ball. So therefore, the fielder's inside the ring on the leg side. That is a magic delivery. And it's done for the keeper as well. It has bisected McDonald in 2, Yorker length. The keeper's then... The ball has continued to swing after going past the stumps. And it's not been an easy 10 minutes for wicket-keeper Nasser Nouri as it evades his left hand and goes away for 4. Hailsham will say, thank you very much. 4 more to the total. Allez, allez, allez. Had a shout. Lovely text in from my old pal David Stewart, the Stewie boy. Once played for Hailsham in Cricket Week. He bowled a 13 ball over. And that's got the edge, but there's no gully in place. In fact, it wouldn't have reached. The ball is still doing plenty. Back to my friend Stewie, mad Sunderland fan. He's feeling very nervous about this afternoon. Durham's finest. Big shout out to Stewie. Young Maisie, my goddaughter, who completed her SATs. Did brilliantly well a couple of weeks ago. Very proud of you, Maisie. And young Tilly, the pocket rocket. Brilliant gymnast and dancer. Maisie as well. But good on you, Stu. Good luck for this afternoon, mate. One of our favourite terms of squeaky bum time. Sunderland could return. 3 o'clock, the promotion playoff final at Wembley. Sheffield United v Sunderland. We'll keep you updated. But good luck, Stu, and all the Mackhams. I know the Arsenal fans would like Sunderland to come back up. They're a bit worried about next year's league form. And that is the second wicket, is it? McDonald stands. It is a prolonged appeal from the Bolney players. But the umpire, the impartial umpire, is not moved. We're just having a little look on the replay now. A long run-up from Kasim. Sorry, follow-through. See if what we can deduce here. It was a play and miss. McDonald did look through. I mean, Kasim didn't even look back. He was into his celebration. Only, I think McDonald will know if he got a feather on that. And just to rub potential salt in the wounds, he gets off strike. And back on strike now for at the change of overs. A quiet word there from Kasim to the umpire, inquiring. Clearly the umpire did not hear or see any deviation. The Bolney players are having a word, but the umpire now comes back to square leg. Bolney went up as if it was a second wicket, but in fact McDonald moved on to 20. He will say it's the umpire's job to give me out. It's a very personal decision whether you decide to walk or not. And the umpires are impartial. They're league umpires, it's up to them. What's your opinion, Wills? Were you a walker, mate?
Absolutely. If I hit it, I'll walk. But he gestured like he hit his own pad. He hit the inside of the pad with the bat. And that was what the noise was. So you can only go with...
Yeah, agreed. Maybe there was a flick of the pad. I will speak to McDonald later. I've known him since he was 3 days old, the first time I met young Oliver. He'll tell me the truth. I'm very nervous about the Charlton game tomorrow. He's going to have a late start on the drink and he's going to start about 6:30 in the morning. I look to meet up with him later on. Peacock on strike. And Captain Shah here has decided to stay with his openers. And I don't blame him. There's been enough movement. And chances as well. Last over, Peacock was dropped on 17. We are still in the over. We're still in the power play for another 4 balls. Bolney will look to capitalise. Oh, lovely. Cruz Campo and wine, Prosecco. It's the absolute bank holiday weekend, a bumper bonanza here. Another nick. That's a magic delivery. Squared him up, took the shoulder of the bat. Wasn't the wicket keeper this point, but he could have gone for it. First slip, who looks quite wide. And this is why Captain Shah has decided to carry on with the left armour. He took the wicket early. Bolney will want to be breaking this partnership now, which stands at 44. Fielder in the deep has been brought in now to restrict. He's got real rhythm now, the left armour. Peacock in watchful mode now. Absolutely no sun yet, it's slightly brighter. Now we've got Bulmer on the stats today. He's going to give me some as the Hailsham games if they start. Oh, he's just had a slight fall over there. Looked a little bit like Thierry Henry in the box there from a few years ago. But we're not here to talk about football today. Johnson again. Johnson again. Johnson, ole, ole, ole. Shorter. And frustrated with Peacock there. He's picked the fielder in the Kenyan hat, I'm going to say. It's a beautiful hat. He's fielded it well, he's picked it out well. And no run. Again, bowlers beware. Anything short, you could go the distance today. Pitch it up and you're going to get action. Right, let's have a little look if the Hailsham sides have taken to the grass.
So, the only update I've got is for the seconds, who are clearly batting first. Holgate, they're currently 15 for 1 off 3. Let's have a look who's out. It is Harry Chatfield on a duck off 4 balls. Hicksy's in with Billy Hobden now, so let's hope that they can build up an innings at Polegate. Apart from that, no other games are live on Play Cricket at the moment, so when they do, we'll get back.
Cheers to young Harry, our apprentice. Loves the stats. Walking, talking, National Rail Inquiries. He is the man. Don't you worry about that. Well, unfortunate news for Harry Chatfield. A big weekend for him, and he hasn't troubled the scorers over at Polegate. Dismissed for a duck. In the song that a lot of Arsenal fans are singing this week, Things Can Only Get Better for Harry. And I'll talk more about a little celebration for Harry tomorrow. A quiet few drinks we're going to have in London, because he is going to be married in September. Prince Harry, and his fiance's name is Meghan. Fortunately, we think more of him than the Duke of Sussex. And I've been invited tomorrow to look after him, and I'm going to do that. I think I'm possibly the oldest on the stag do, and I'm not very experienced. I've only had I probably think about 40 stag do's in my career. Seen most things, but tomorrow's going to be a lovely celebration of Harry Chatfield. Right, back to the cricket. Back to the cricket here. Bolney are squeezing now. They've brought players into the ring, and the run rate has now dropped down to 4.7 for Hailsham, who are on 49 for 1 into the 11th over. Decision time for Shah. Are these opening bowlers going to bowl out? Each bowler is allowed to bowl 9 overs maximum in this format of the cricket. It is 45 overs, win-lose. Kasim. Again, well bowled. Cramped up McDonald. Asks if he's allowed to touch the ball, and they said yes, fine. I didn't like that, Will, when I was bowling. Leave it. I used to say, leave it. Don't touch it.
Oh, you're very protective over that ball, aren't you? Very possessive.
I was, yeah. That's not for them to touch it.
No, absolutely not.
Right, wipe anything off it, or clean it. I'll do that, thank you.
Yeah, you spent a long time working on it, haven't you?
When I bowled, I was quite aggressive. When I batted, quite quiet, actually. Off they go back to their mark. And that's the kind of shot that we like. It's in the air, though. And it's taken. I thought he got the lot.
I wasn't confident with him under that.
No, he didn't pick it up. He didn't. And in the last minute, he's got 2 hands up, Australian style, Australian like Ange Postecoglou, and taken it on the boundary edge. And after such a watchful innings, McDonald has to depart. It was top edgy again. It was short enough for the shot. The fielder has not had to move. And this is probably the slowest walk I've seen from McDonald, because he really applied himself today. 21 off 31. And that feels like a strangle. And at the moment, he isn't getting out to anything fully pitched, Ollie. It seems to be the short delivery at the moment that he's clothing or top edge, and he's frustratingly departed. The breakthrough that Bolney needed. The decision by Captain Shah justified to keep going with his trusted pair of Kasim and Zabi for for the opening bowling partnership. News from the Utility Bowl. What a partnership from Hudson Prentice and captain Simpson goes to 70. The 6th wicket is still in tuck for Sussex. I cannot, but I say this all through last season. John Simpson was surplus to needs at Middlesex, and we have said thank you very much indeed again. 74 runs ahead, 5 wickets left. Great game at the Oval. Surrey 203 for 7 in response to Essex's 217. And this is what I feel about cricket this week. We're not seeing the 500s, the 400s. Every county championship game, the teams are being bowled out 200s, in the hundreds. Certainly in Division 1. There's some bigger scores in Division 2. That might tell you about the quality of bowling. In the Test match, I'm not sure I'd really want to get involved with the Test match, to be honest. I think it's a complete and utter waste of time. But I will. The whole idea of a Test is that it's 5 days and the teams are reasonably well matched. Good on Zimbabwe, though. Good on Zimbabwe. They are holding England up, 141 for 3. I'm not being funny. I've not played for 14 years. I reckon I get runs on there. Ole, ole, ole. Great sport this weekend. Absolutely great sport this weekend. What interests you this weekend on the sport? We've got a rugby union final.
I'm off to Wembley on Monday for
He's
the
off to
League
Wembley.
2 playoff final. Wimbledon versus Walsall.
Mate, a trip to Wembley is lovely, isn't it? Shout out to ex-Eastbourne Borough player Charlie Kendall, who's also going to Wembley for Southend United. His mother is a very good friend of mine, young Charlie. And even though he's been dismissed for 6-7 minutes, McDonald still continues to shake his head. Really applied himself today. Ever so frustrated. One of 2 ways to look at it, you know. It's unfortunate that and that is a nick. And given, or LBW off the front pad. Let's have a look at the umpire. But whatever way, that is the 3rd wicket. Peacock got a life on 17 when he was dropped, but he is now gone with the score at 18. And Hailsham will have 2 new batsmen at the crease, both on 0. We're just looking at the replay. I will try and find out from Peacock if that was LBW or caught behind. The keeper did take it. Okay, so he did not hit the ball. So the ball has struck the pad and then through to the keeper. LBW into his 6th over. Derby 2 for 21, and Hailsham now in a bit of a rut. The scoring has dried up. The short pitch delivery has dried up. And 2 quick wickets. And that has brought to the crease young Ethan Dorber. In both innings from Ethan this year, including a lovely 53 not out. And he is batted fluently. And Hailsham will want him to do the same. He is joined by captain Jason Tibble, who will quickly assess the situation out there. Okay, Dorber for his first ball to the left arm's arbor. and that's wide. I did hear something. Dorber remains, but that is because he was just thinking, do I walk or do I stay? I could hear the nick from here, and that is 2 in 2 for Zabi. A quick flurry of 3 wickets has taken Hailsham from 49 for 1 to 49 for 4. A golden duck today for Dorber. It was wide. And it wasn't extravagant. Okay, so this is a real tricky spell for Hailsham. Zabi is on a hat-trick. I can see other change bowlers warming up. This is the chance of a hat-trick on the feed. Simon Dunning facing up. He's got the conditions, Zabi. Full pitched. And the fluent Dunning is off the mark. He's the Hailsham player with the highest strike rate this year of 159. We know he loves to get a move on. Is this the time, though? Hailsham's 50 is up. 53 for 4. And even though there wasn't only 1 wicket taken in that first power play, Bolney have stuck with it, stuck with their openers, looked at the conditions, and now they have struck, and they are well into the middle order now of Hailsham. We know that Hailsham's batting lineup is strong. It does bat all the way down, but we still have over 30 overs left of this innings. Shorter and well played. Square's Dunning up. Three for 25 now for Zabi. Got a real spring in his step. Could have had more. Wicket keeper shelled one. Dunning. Dunning has the ability to turn around any innings and to do it quickly. Gone hard at that. The burly South African, powerful man, heavy bat. And that is the end of a really successful over for Bolney ones. 2 wickets there in quick succession. .53 for 4 off 12. 3 wickets lost on the score of 49. And it was all started by McDonald's funny old dismissal. And I think I saw other bowlers warming up, but Captain Shah has thought, I'm going to continue. He's going to continue with Kasim. 1 for 23 off his 6. Uppish. But Tibble is off the mark with 2. Gould quickly round, returns the ball in. Experienced batsman. We look forward to seeing Gould bat later on. But he will know in these conditions, they will want to restrict Hailsham down. 150, 160. It could still be interesting. Hailsham will be looking, even in this position, still targeting 200. We know that Hailsham have got a strong seam attack, even when missing Cousins and Bellett. think now for Dunning and Tibble, two experienced players. Tibble experience, even though still in his 20s. They know that, let's see through this period now. Our ball was hung. Looked to be going down leg side. Wicket-keeper not really interested. Dunning was trying to turn that down the leg. Yeah, it didn't look right. You're right, Wills. Okay, here we go. Bolney want their 5th wicket.
Shot, Slicker!
A beautiful straight drive from Dunning. His strike rate now is matching his strike rate from this season. Bolney will want to see the back of him. An hour of Dunning, and we are looking at way over 200 for Hailsham. Naturally aggressive batsman. Terrific eye. Hand through the ball. Textbook defensive shot as well. Eight from the over. Hailsham move on to 61 for 4. Here we are, mate. Oh, look. I forgot I had this Tottenham hat on. Let's just remind ourselves of a very successful week for Tottenham. I think we'll look back on this week as the launch pad for huge successes moving forward.
Really?
Yeah. Some great young players, mate. They've had to step up this year. Archie Gray, Bergvall, Kinski, the goalie. And Postecoglou. He speaks a lot of sense, doesn't he? I've just heard something from Diesel Hallett about finishing second. They'd know about that, the Gooners. Never been European champions. I just think you can't look back too far. You've got to look recently. And the last time I saw it, Arsenal have not won a trophy for 1,751 days. And tomorrow it will be 1,752 days.
That's why you're a head teacher, isn't it? You can count.
Thanks, mate. Special shout out to all of my staff. Hectic term. And the Year 6 team been on residential at Blacklands Farm. 4 nights, 5 days. I was up there on Wednesday. Very good. Super lot. Glad to see that all teachers will have been given a 4.8% pay rise. Forget about that, though. Talking about being on the money.
Was that a slower ball, or was it just...
Zabi was on the money there, and it has done for Dunning. Middle stump. Knocked back. It certainly was a fuller length. We'll have a little look back at the replay now. The left armour from the Tommy Walder end. Yeah, it was through the gate. Flamboyant shot. Lost his shape slightly. And that is very disappointing for Dunning and Hailsham as we slump to 61 for 5. However, Zabi, 4 now, a fourfer. And Captain Shah very happy now to be inserted into the field. Hailsham did win the toss. Tibble decided to bat, which has been the modus operandi. I wonder if he considered with the overheads whether if it was a bowling morning. But he's still out there. And he's joined by Tom McDonald, strong number 7 batsman for Hailsham. Had a very good season with the bat last year. Scored 386 runs, 350s last year, with an average of 48. Tom top scored last year with 68 not out in a victory against Chiddingly, a stonking victory of 162 runs for the Hailsham boys. But that is all distant memory now. That was Division 4. Hailsham got promoted into Division 3, and at the moment in a spot of bother at 61 for 5. Chasing the Michelle Pfeiffer is Zabi Mohammed. He's got a great return now, 4 for 25. Wicket made in the second one for Zabi Mohammed. 7 overs bowled, 2 maidens, 4 for 25. And do you think he'll bowl him through now, Wells?
I was just about to say that. Do you think he's going to bowl out now? Only 2, 2 left. I would think so.
Yeah, I think from the bottom end, perhaps he will bowl him through. He's chasing a Pfeiffer. But we are having a change of bowling now. The first change of bowling, it's taken an hour and 5 minutes. 14 overs, a good Bolney have been quick around. And no extras bowled, I don't think. Am I right in that, Will? Well, that pleases me. That very much pleases me that there has not been any wides or no balls. Can't stand it.
Yep, our pet peeve. Can't afford when you get up into the higher divisions to be loose with the extras. It's good to see Bolney very tight on their lines.
Yes, indeedy. Indeedy. So the new bowler is Hamid from the pavilion end. And he has got a funky pair of orange bowling shoes as well. Maybe it was a job lot. I'd have a pair.
Does look like a bit of you, Bowlsy.
I like those, mate. Okay, here we go then. He's into his work and into that channel of uncertainty. I think the Bolney bowlers at the moment would love to save these conditions, how the track's playing.
Yeah, he's straight into his work. Found a good line straight away.
Yeah, makes him play now. Here we go. Hamid into Tibble. Captain Tibble in watchful mode. And no different here from young Hamid.
No, I was going to say 4 balls in. He's not giving him any kind of width, any kind of straying from line. Just right on the money from ball 1. 2 balls left of the over. Oh, and he's beaten the outside edge there.
That's an absolute corking delivery, Will, isn't it?
Yeah, that's no answer to that from Tibbs.
Okay, so interestingly, we're praising Bolney for no extras. Just been informed that last week there were 35 extras in Rottingdean's total. They only got 194. So I think there's been severe words from the management team and Shah in midweek. Maybe old school, 20 press-ups per wide.
That's a good start from Hamid. Maiden to start. Good lines, beat the outside edge twice in the last couple of balls. Yeah, continuing with Zabi from the Tommy Walder end. I think he will bowl out most likely now. He's currently 7 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 25. Tom keeps that one out. Looks like it hurried him a bit, but he was solid in defence. This is tight bowling from Bolney, building a bit of scoreboard pressure. Runs have been hard to come by the last few overs. Just gets in the batsman's head. They want to get that scoreboard ticking over. Again, Tom in behind it, no run. Just the 1 run coming from that over. 16 overs gone. Hailsham 62 for 5. Zabi 8 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 26. So Zabi will continue from the Tommy Warder end and bowl his final over. He's allotted 9 overs. Still hunting that 5-fer. It's a good shot, and he has got it through. I think the point fielder took the sting off it, so it's not made it to the boundary. He's come back for 2 comfortably.
Okay, just back. And Zabi is into his last over. As predicted, he is bowling through. 4 for 28. He's got the rest of this over to try and get his 5th wicket. Errs onto the leg side. Good run through. And as I said this morning, we have to reassess with conditions like this. I just had the feeling it was. If you look at all the county championship Division 1 scores, we're all in the hundreds and the 200s rather than the. Right, here we go. Nicely in behind. Captain Tibble still there. He can assess now. He'll look to anchor the innings. Still 27 overs to be bowled. As I said earlier, Bolney want to keep Hailsham to anything under 150. Hailsham still will be looking at trying to get up to the 180, 190 mark. And that was a bit of a shooter. Pitcher's played well. No misbehaving. Talking of misbehaving, lovely people down here today. Classy. Not quite on the wine yet. It's not warm enough. All and possibly. Oh dear. Uppish. But it's got through. 70 for 5. Yeah, I just got a look when I suggested alcohol, and oh dear. Yeah, it's about 12 degrees different from the last time we were here. I've still managed to put on a couple of Tottenham items today. A bit quiet from the Arsenal fans here. Tibble on strike. Shorter. That's a lovely square cut. And this is what Hailsham need now, is a sensible partnership. However, that is the end of a explosive spell from Zabi Mohammed. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 36. That included 2 wicket maidens and a couple of balls where he went bang bang. And that opening spell is very, very impressive. It will force a change now for Bolney from the bottom end. I wonder if they still go medium pace or if we have our first look at spin. With the present conditions, I'd be looking at a slow, medium swing bowler. But we shall see as we go into the next phase. Just had a quick chat with young Kieran Peacock, who was in at 3 today and spent some time out there. definitely tough going for the batsmen today. Bolney have bowled great lines, no extras. Ball was swinging around and continues to swing. And then he said it was tricky with a gust of wind. It's quite gusty out there, and we're looking at the trees now. We can see that. He just wants Hailsham now to consolidate for 10, 12 overs and see where they are, not lose any wickets. And we know that McDonald did this a few times last year towards the start of the season. His brother would often get off to an amazing start. If quick wickets fell, then Tom McDonald in at 7 did provide some real stability, and we need that again now. That is an absolute jaffer. Tom has defended. Good chat from the crowd. The Bolney fielders. Very positive. You would be when you've got a side 5 down. And that is an unbelievable start from Hamid. He's getting that ball to talk at the moment. 3 overs, no wickets, but no runs. 3 maidens on the bounce. Unbelievable, Jeff. Sussex continue. What a partnership now. Simpson and Hudson Prentice. 237 for 5. Almost 100 ahead of Hampshire now. Superb. England have got a breakthrough in the non-test. 4 down, Zimbabwe. Right. The enforced change at the Tommy Walder end. Jigar Parekh on from the Tommy Walder end. I've not seen this chap bowl before. I should have a quick look at the action. So 9 overs straight through from the opener. Sight screen is changed, so I probably think he's going to be bowling right arm over. Austin Powers is in. Let's have a look. Need to put my glasses on, actually. Left arm through. So our first look at spin this afternoon. Tibble won't mind this. This is the strategy that Hailsham bowler Hugh Thomas, who started bowling in 1921, the approach that he would take, coming in between umpire and stumps from a wide delivery as the arm is out. Pirate Parsons is back. Pirate Parsons has his telescope out. Dave's in. Official photographer is here. Should have had a shave. And my face. Okay, so Jigger into his work now. Getting through his over really quickly. Left arm orthodox to me, it looks like. Now I've got my glasses on, I can actually see. Hailsham 75 for 5 in a rebuilding phase with Tom McDonald and Tibbs at the crease. And this could be another maiden. One from it. It's not a maiden, but it's a steady start for Jigger. And the run rate now is up at 6 at one point, back down to under 4, and that is what wickets do for you. 20 overs gone. Hailsham 75 for 5. 25 overs to go. Just if they can bat out the overs, 4 and over gets them to 175. From this point, I probably think they'll take that. You're in the game. This isn't a normal conditions here. Okay, no runs off 3 overs for this. And again, he's absolutely bang on it. That is 19 balls now with no runs off it for Hamid starting his innings. 20 balls. They are squeezing and squeezing and squeezing. No need for any fielders in the deep now. Everybody on the one. 2 slips in place. Bolney are trying to turn the screw here. Very watchful Tibbs. Very low. Played it well. Full pitched, Yorker length. This has been a fantastic start. Plenty of dots going on. Young Hamid. Absolutely on the money. Not express pace, but great accuracy. Stump to stump, full length. Big appeal. Umpire's interested. Bowler down on one knee. It looked high from here. Four leg byes given. 4 leg byes. That was a long, extensive appeal. Pirate Parsons just having a look at the replay now. This could be 4 maidens. Leg byes will not go against it. And there's no runs off the bat in 4 overs from Hamid. That is fantastic bowling. I'm only surprised that Bolney haven't put in a 3rd slip or a gully, but then they are squeezing. Great control. Great control. Talking of great control, a bowler that I said in my pitch report I'm looking forward to seeing today is Diesel Hallett. He's had an awful week on the football front, but he's looking to channel it this afternoon off the long run, pitching it up. He's got his partner behind the stumps. They do these silly things going to the Emirates together. Oh, and a misfield. Could that be the bit of a misfield there? Nice shot from McDonald. And again, we're just trying to steady the ship here. Fingers crossed. Oh, Tommy Waldering, chief groundsman, stellar drinker, stellar bloke. And I know that as a Chelsea fan, he will also congratulate Tottenham this week. We'll have a catch-up with him later on. I'm not going to talk about the football today. Oh, thanks, mate. European champions. Yeah, that's right. A much needed 4 there for McDonald and Hailsham. Okay. After so many dot balls, that's absolutely needed. 83 for 5. Flighted, well bowled, and fielded well off his own hole. Yeah, hey? Yeah, you okay? Oh, mate. Nick's just said, yeah, I'm very happy, thanks, mate. Tottenham obviously winning the Europa League. I wasn't going to talk about it, but someone else has just brought it up. Okay, Jigger. Left arm. McDonald has taken the 4 off the over. Nothing silly now. Hailsham being 5 down. The field is still squeezing. Wider one. Tries to steer it away, but it's into the covers. Hailsham will want to get through this over unscathed. Keep building. Keep building. And yes, dot off the last ball. 22 overs gone. Hailsham 83 for 5. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to seeing Big D's with the ball later on, but I think he might have a little hand to play with the bat. Can be a rapid scoring lower order batsman. Hopefully propel Hailsham up to the... Slightly uppish, but it was absolutely pinged off the middle of the bat. First runs off the bat for the consistent Hamid. And Tibble has struggled to time things today. That was absolutely crisply struck. That'll give him a load of confidence. And Hailsham move on to 87. Easy. '87, the Australian unlucky number, 13 from 100. Just thinking about Australians this week, I'd like to mention the great Ange Postecoglou. Very truthful man, very truthful Australian. I'm looking forward to spending all day tomorrow with another Australian, Jake Hainsworth. Arsenal fan, unfortunately. Hailsham remain on 87 for 5. Flamboyant shot. Is that the second 6 of the day? 1 bounce 4. I did say second. You can tell when the McDonald boys get together, a little bit protective. They can check the feed later to say that I did say the second 6 of the day. And here he is, talking of big legends. Kev's here. See any football in the week, mate? No diving. No diving.
No.
Lovely to hear from Kev. Ever's positive as ever. He's just going to go and have an argument in an empty room. Okay. We now break for drinks. Quick. Drinks coming. 23 overs completed. Hailsham 91 for 5. It's gone back and forth. Hailsham looking to build now. We'll be back in 5 minutes. So a quarter of the game gone. Halfway through the Hailsham innings. 91 for 5. Hailsham won the toss. Decided to make first use of this track. A very windy afternoon. Certainly feels quite humid now. And the swing bowlers of Bolney took advantage. Now it's time to have another look at some spin. And he's nicely into his work. Jigger Perek, 2 overs, none for 5 so far. He's bowled with good control. McDonald rotates the strike. Just had a quick catch up with Tibble and McDonald at the drinks break. And just going to remove my hat for a minute with the sun out, or not the sun out, a little bit of heat coming through. Yeah, Tibbs and McDonald have rebuilt here. Tibble 20 not out, McDonald 8 not out. And it certainly seems a bit easier to bat now, 23 ball overs into the innings. We've got spin from one end. And even though that Hamid has settled into his work this end, there isn't the lateral move. That is really well bowled. Lured Tibble forward into the stroke, and the wicketkeeper had the bails off Nouri in a flash. Very consistent length from the left arm spinner here, orthodox spinner. As I say that, he drops a little short. That is brilliant fielding in the deep. Quickly through that over. Just one off it. 92 for 5. ...21 overs to go, so it's about this time where me and Pirate Parsons, and I do believe I'm 1-0 up this year, but still losing overall, we start to think about a total. And it is my first go today, so at the end of this over we'll have a little friendly discussion and decision about that. Okay, the number 3 for Bolney will continue after the break. Hailsham will hope that the break hasn't disrupted the momentum and concentration of this partnership, a crucial partnership. McDonald on 8 not out. Leg byes given. Just errs in line a little bit there. Hamid. McDonald quickly back for the 2 extras. Yes, crucial this partnership for Hailsham. We know that we have some hitters to come, but is this afternoon for the hitters? Well, Tom McDonald was fully committed to that drive and didn't make a lovely cup of tea here, Mr. Parsons. Beautiful. Look at that. You could stand your spoon up in that. Very good, strong. Let's have a look at this field then. I know you can't see the field on the feed. We have 1 slip, probably standing at a 2nd slip. Point, cover, extra cover, slightly in. There won't be a single there. Long on, sorry, mid on, mid off. 3 or 4 yards inside the circle, so again no single, and then 3 fielders in a little umbrella around from wide mid wicket to square leg. I'd almost say that 2 of them are in a catching position, just in case for the lofted flick off the legs. We'll see how they go. But nobody outside the circle. That's funny. It sounded like it. I did hear a sound. Maybe it's flicked. And for many, many London teams this week, it has been a very successful footballing week. Ollie McDonald sporting his Charlton top. It is red, we'll forgive him that. It's not the red of Arsenal, because we can't see many Arsenal tops out here today. We saw plenty of white tops in London yesterday, though. So good luck to Charlton tomorrow. I'm sure they'll continue the great form of the London teams. We won't mention the football, though, this week. Shorter, quickly onto it, bisects those two fielders. And now we're seeing that Hailsham have stuck at this. The odd bad ball is coming, and that can be punished. The partnership now goes up to 38. McDonald contributing 12 and Tibble 17. This is a much needed partnership for Hailsham. 20 overs to go. Wills, what's your thinking now? I've got a figure in my mind, actually. And I think I'm going to be spot on today for £2.
Is it you first?
It is me first. So you're going to hold your thoughts, aren't you?
I am.
You dirty dog. Right, at the end of this over, I'm gonna give my prediction.
And that's the 100 up for Hailsham. Coming in the 26th over. 100 for 5.
Okay, so the 100 up for Hailsham, 101 for 5. And we've got more Australians here today. And I am very fond of Charlie, but there's other Australians this week. We just need to mention in this feed. I'm not going to go on about the football today. Okay, here we go. Oh, the umpire is coming towards us with a stump. He's not going to do anything physical. He wants the stump changed. Ollie McDonald quickly on it. Slight problem. Ollie McDonald can do everything. He can bat, he can bowl, he can do grounds maintenance. What a club man Ollie McDonald is. He's hoping for a very pleasant day at Wembley tomorrow. Okay, back into it, and this will be the 7th over for Hamid. Wicketless, but very tidy. 4 maidens, only 13 runs conceded off his 6 so far. But Hailsham are in the rebuild. More Australians, more legendary Australians, just like Ange Postecoglou. And here he is, Charlie Cousins, rehydrating. Currently, we're going to catch up. We're going to catch up with Charlie later about his rehab. He's giving me the thumbs up. He's looking a bit. He's moving a bit more smoothly than he was this time last week. Okay, Hamid will continue into his 7th over. Very tidy figures, 0 for 13 in the slot. Solid defensive stroke from the older of the two, McDonald. Hamid to T. McDonald. Slower ball. He saw it out of the hand. I have not seen a bowler this year bowl so much consistency, wicket to wicket. It would force the batsman to do something funky, but today is not a day for that. Right, my prediction is coming up, Pirate Parsons. And my prediction for Hailsham is 177. Speak now or forever hold your scampi fries. You've done it again. You've waited another ball, you sneaky sneakster. What's your prediction?
180.
180 for Will. Oh, I've gone 177. Wider. McDonald will feel as if he's missed out there. Still over 18 overs to go. Well, we saw the second team bowled out for 47 last week here. So Hailsham at least have made it to 3 figures. Over and across McDonald, wants the single. It turned out to be a single, however, straight away. Yeah, the last thing that Hailsham need is a run out. I think after the misfield, they could have gone. However, the end of the over. 5 maidens. Unbelievable from Hamid. 7 overs, no wickets. 5 maidens. 13. Bowling with great precision. As is the left arm tweaker. Parekh. Jigger Parekh. He's only going for 2 and over. Almost played on from Tibble. A low centre of gravity from the Hailsham captain. And again, he's very watchful. but a skillful bowler. Looks like he's whirled away for many years. A bit like our own Hugh Thomas from years ago. Leg side though, and Tibbs wants that. I'd say minimum 2. It was more a deflection than smash to the boundary, hence why it's 2, but 2 nonetheless. Peroni's being supped away now. The temperature's gone up. Yes. Single taken. Deep. Beautiful cup of tea here from Mrs. Parsons. Nice and strong. And that's a strong defensive shot there from T. McDonald. Punches it away. Jigger Parekh into his work. Slightly wider, but can't beat the field. A rocket arm back in. And it's slow going for Hailsham at the moment, but this middle part of the innings now is about preserving wickets. Can we make it to the 40th over and then see an acceleration? We shall see. Anthony can bat, Coughlin can bat. We know that. We've got an update here from young Bulmer. We want to hear about the second team.
It's not looking good.
Oh dear.
It is not looking good. It's not as bad as last week, but it's still bad. 91 for 6 off of 19 overs, but I don't think that's updated. I did hear Gooch got out on a 4-ball duck. So, yeah, it's not looking good for the twos. Availability wasn't the greatest for them, but I think they're just going to have to try and Colgate out for below their score. Who knows?
Thanks, young Bulmer. And let's be honest though, it's an uncovered wicket. You know, if you can get up to 130, 140, then it could be a chance. It's a very different way of thinking this week than the hotbeds. The fifths, 56 for 4, 15 overs slow going again. Wide given. I think that's the first wide of the innings. Second wide of the innings, but put it this way, they've bowled so tight. We do have the wicketkeeper standing up now and a new bowler, and the new bowler is Rohit Jagota. And this looks like right arm off spin. He's into his work, nice and tidy. Hailsham 105 for 5, trying to rebuild. Another wide. Tibble in watchful mode. Single taken from the misfield. And Hailsham just rotating. And they will need to rotate because in the Bolney lineup is Michael Gould. 600 runs last year in 11 innings. 146 runs already this season, including 106 not out against Seaford.
You'd be surprised though, no?
End of the over. 107 for 5 off 29. So the predictions have been made. Wolsey went 177, Pirate Parsons 180. Still 96 balls to be bowled if Hailsham aren't dismissed. That will be crucial. What I can think about today is how much wicket to wicket Bolney players are targeting. Made it tough. But Tibble has said, enough's enough. And the Hailsham dugout is happy with that as the partnership moves on to 50. Around 50 in 96 balls in an hour. Boundary followed by a single. That's the best boundary, the best partnership of the day so far. Wider, shorter, single taken. As the field is slightly more spread now, 3 players out, more singles are available, and 4 players out. Thank you to the eagle-eyed Charlton fan here. There's only 1. Six runs from the 30th over, 15 overs to go, and I don't think Bolney are panicking, but they would want to break this partnership. And this is where some of the opening bowlers were bowled through earlier on. Actually, we will see a period of spin now, and the spinners have been less destructive. As soon as I say that, he gets one to turn and bounce. Parek to McDonald. Steered away, only for a single. Gould in the field. McDonald moves on to 15. Reminds me of many innings last year. And even though Hailsham are going along at less than 4 runs and over, same area, same fielder in Gould. 2 runs taken. There certainly is, with the 4 fielders out now, 2 fielders out for this bowler, there are more options for singles. Well struck, well fielded. Now that one is spooned up in the air and a wicket taken. That is just what Hailsham did not need. Tibble, Captain Tibble departs on 32. So just disappointing. He's tried to turn the ball onto the leg side. He has middled the leading edge. It's gone so high up, and it's a simple catch. A solid innings from Captain Tibble. We could have just done with a bit more. He departs on 32, and it's not easy out there. And Hailsham should remember this. Can they get up to 160, 170? So a partnership there, and a time where Hailsham were rotating the strike has been broken. So McDonald remains the experienced partner here, as Will Royal in at 8. And he survives the first ball of a successful over. Very impressive figures from Rohit. 2 overs, 1 for 6. Just dismissed the Hailsham captain. Change of bowling. Yes, change of bowling from the Tommy Walder end. Kevin's just started talking about football again, so Mako's here. Champions of Europe, mentioned again, Tottenham Hotspur this week. I'm not going to go on about it.
No, I do like it. I'm not good at it, but I do like it. It's good exercise.
Zaza, the new bowler. It is trial by spin now. There was some quality seam early, and now it's spin. Looks like off spin to me, slower.
But it's good.
Deep mid wicket is out, and a cover sweeper. Certainly slower than the other bowlers.
But yeah, they have like regular day that you can say, oh, but I don't mind. I don't care.
Off spin.
They don't care.
Certainly giving it a little bit of air.
It's them who will be annoyed by my play.
Will Royal and Tom McDonald now tasked with putting together another partnership. Fielded by Gould, one-handed pick up in the deep. Decent return, but McDonald takes 2. He's seen enough of the slow bowling from the Tommy Walder end. And again, there's runs. I'm not sure if it's off the bat. It's through the keeper. There's certainly 2. It won't reach the boundary. Zazai to McDonald. Yeah, flatter delivery. But play back with respect. Hailsham will want a few more of these overs now where they can just accumulate. I think there was 4 off the over. Wickets fell in clumps earlier on. And now another partnership is needed. Only 4 wickets left for Hailsham. 13 overs to go. Not sure 160, 170 is going to be enough out here. The high quality batting lineup, but it is a different day. Normally we're talking 250s, 260s. Hailsham do have some explosive opening bowlers, and it is the day for swing and seam. Normally we'd be saying 230, 240 minimum. It's a different day today. But Bolney have bowled really well. High quality seam earlier, and now this is 3 spinners that we've seen who have bowled wicket to wicket. Nothing loose. And the Hailsham mid to lower order at the moment are struggling to manoeuvre that ball around. High, and Will Royal has got off the mark with a 6. I held myself back there because I could see a fielder out of mid-wicket. He didn't quite pick it up, and at the last minute he dived to his right-hand side. It's through his hands, a bit like the Man United goalkeeper a few times on Wednesday night. Through the hands. He wasn't great Anana, was he? But then, at least Man United got to a final, and we can't say that for other clubs. Arsenal, Kev, actually, I was thinking of. Brighton. Yet again, the ever calm Kevin Hallett here, shy and retiring with his views. I walked into the dressing room early, he's on his own having a big argument, and he still lost it. Bless him. And his wife's very good. She allows him out for an hour every Saturday. He's got his trousers on today, covering up the tag on his ankle. I love Big Kev. We played basketball together about 30 years ago, and he has not changed. He has not changed. He's not changed his clothes either. Oh dear. Much joy here, but not out in the middle. We were after another partnership. Yeah, shot selection there. He'd been so patient. 17 off 62 balls. Part of a rebuilding partnership with Tibbs. He fancied a hit with the wind. It would have been, I think, with the runs. In at 9, AA. So 2 Hailsham batsmen new to the crease. Will Royal in at 8 and Andrew Anthony in at 9. And that was a tempter. His eyes lit up, but he just dragged it back. 126 for 7. A tough spot for Hailsham. It's a nice flick. Waited for it and played out to Gould in the deep, who let the dogs out. And AA is off the mark. Off the hat-trick of ducks. And this brings Will Royal onto face Zazai. Deep mid-wicket is out. There's a cover sweeper out. A massive stride forward. It would be a brave umpire to give that one out. Over 11 overs to go. That's must be very important for Hailsham to try and bat these overs out now and pick up what they can. Royal is deciding to smother the spin, a huge left foot lunge forward, but it's working for him. And that's the end of the over. Another successful over for Bolney. And Hailsham stumble along to 127 for 7 with 11 overs to go. And for Bolney, this has been their operation this year, really. They fielded first every time and then chased. They restricted Seaford to 224, chased that down in 20 overs. They restricted Rottingdean to 194, chased that 5 down. They are hoping to bowl Hailsham out here and then unleash the chase. Had some good games against Bolney in the past. A tie a couple of years ago. Anthony's looking very focused out there now. Told him earlier it's his day today. Turn and bounce there. Anthony looks to try and play that down, but it turns into him, but he survives it. He's gone for something almighty. A mow across the line. 4 through, let's be kind and say deep, wide mid-wicket.
Cow.
But he's middled it. And Hailsham make it to 130 now. Leg side. Wouldn't have hit another set of 3. So 2 fielders out around Cow Corner area. And one of those 2 fielders in action now.
Moo.
A better over for Hailsham. One, 3, 2 for 7. Anthony moves on to 6 and Will Royal is on 6. So earlier we had a little prediction and I said 177. Pirate Parsons went for 180. 180. We'll settle for that now. Sometimes it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And momentum can change. If Hailsham don't get bowled out, they're going to get over 200. But it's been tight lines from Bolney. Now, AA does hit this ball very, very hard. I've been out there myself. He's done some damage before. Well placed. And 4. Now, he's controlled that. However, if I was Bolney, you look at the scoring zones for AA, I'd probably be bringing... Yeah, they have. They've just brought one more fielder over to the leg side. They figured out Anthony's scoring zone. And now there are 3 players out around deep mid-wicket. Anthony adjusts his gloves and looks out to that area. If he wanted to go airborne, he would be hitting with the wind, but that is a large boundary out there today. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's gone big. It's across the ground. He wants to influence this game today, AA. I know he's had a tough couple of weeks. Can he propel Hailsham up to something which they want to try and defend? Kev's now on politics, so I'm going to move away from him. Will Royal on strike. Again, watchful. All the time that Anthony is playing the strokes, Royal can afford to prop. Now, this is a sight. We've got young Jack Coughlin and Diesel Hallett in the bullpen. These opening bowlers will want to propel Hailsham well over the 150 mark. End of the over. 9 overs left. Hailsham 137 for 7. So Will Royal was in the twos last week. Nobody really troubled the scorers very much. It's his turn as well. So AA on strike, 3 fielders out in the deep. He's gone even finer. One of those 3 fielders makes his way round to his right, and that's a single. He's well into this wristy flick at the moment, but he's making good contact. He hasn't gone completely large yet. Will Royal on strike. Plays nice and straight, but Gould is restricting the single. As I said earlier, if Hailsham don't get bowled out, it will be 200. Nice to see Charlie Cousins, sick note, moving a little bit more smoothly than he did this time last week. Meant that I couldn't move my neck until Tuesday morning. But enough about that. Will Royal, this is crucial time for Hailsham. Leg side delivery turned into him. He's gone for a wristy flick. One slip remains in place, but there are readily available singles everywhere now. It better be large enough. Against the wind, that is a Royal 6. Nice to welcome Charlie, my pal. I do love an Australian this week, especially Ange Postecoglou. I'm not going to go on about the football. Aussie Ange, mate. What do you think about Aussie Ange?
Oh, mate, he's a Greek Australian, proud of his heritage, sticks to his guns, doesn't let that media nonsense get into his head. Yeah, I'm a proud Aussie watching
this week. They've gone a bit quiet. Mate, how is the ribs, the intercostal muscle? You obviously did it in your first delivery.
If I work that out, there's still going to be 12 games to go when I come back. So I want to make sure I can play all 12 of them as opposed to re-injuring it. But I think it could have been worse.
Yeah. 3 to 4 weeks out now, and this is obviously one week of those. Are you getting any treatment, any physio? Are you doing it yourself, or getting any treatment, any physio? Are you doing it yourself, or going to see anyone?
Guy Coughlin, father of the great Jack, he gave me the initial diagnosis. Then I got a little sports massage a couple of days ago that helped, and I've bought this heat pack, and I've been applying that upon the hour, and I feel like that's done a fair amount of work, and I'm going to get some swimming in next week and start rehabbing properly. Great,
mate. Well, we look forward to good luck with that, and we look forward to having you back. And a really strong start to the season. Frustrating, but it is. Oh, we do not want a run out. They've gone to the correct end, but it was a bit of a weak throw. Okay, Charlie, thanks for the catch up, mate. Yeah. Fortunately, this year we do have a plethora of pace bowlers. But yeah, we miss Charlie and wish him good luck. In the meantime, Hailsham have moved on to 148 for 7. Anthony on strike. He's gone for something very aggressive, slightly agricultural. Didn't really connect. 148 for 7. That's up there. Sensible. As I said, I've been out there last year with AA in Cricket Week, and he hits that ball. 150 up for Hailsham. They're sticking at it. Who knows? We know that Bolney do like a chase. Attack. There are no fielders in the deep straight. And we know that AA can hit straight if it's up there. That's exactly where he's gone. And I don't really know how that's missed the stumps. A bit of a slash. Slash hard, they say. And that's gone fine. Talking of how one rose up and he's played it well. Hailsham somehow have managed to preserve some wickets now for the back end. Kasim only has one more over to bowl. We know that Zabi bowled out earlier on. So does Captain Shah now have a decision to make? Big Diesel Hallett is looking like a man on a mission today. He will be looking forward to get out there, have a licence to thrill with the bat. He'd like these two to carry on for a couple more overs and then have an absolute wild slash at it to try and propel Hailsham up. 6 overs to go. Can Hailsham get up to 190? Temperatures dropped. I'm just going to put my hat on, my Tottenham hat. I'm not going to mention football today. Had a couple of lovely texts back with my friend Diesel Hallett this week. His first one was, "Here we go." And I said, "Yeah, you can have more, son." 160 up for Hailsham. Again, Will Royal has played his part. 18 off 25. Why? Because I'm standing here. So that brings to the crease Jack Coughlan. In at 10. The talented 16-year-old. He can handle a bat, no doubt about that. Captain the under-16. It was a bye. They took the single, and that means that Coughlan's on strike for the other end. But Jack can handle pace, no problem. Yeah, played for Beeds last week, under-18s, first team. He opened the bowling, 2 for 20. He'll be looking forward to making use of this pitch later on, no doubt. So 5 overs to go, but only 2 wickets left. I wonder what the instructions from Tibbs would be to Anthony. Do they try and hang around or continue to go? Anthony is on a entertaining 23 off 20 balls.
Scorers, there's no run off that last ball. No run. It hit the wicket keeper's helmet, so it's a dead ball. No run, but the ball's foul.
He was wearing it. Okay, so actually there was no run off the ball, but Hailsham won't mind that, I don't think, because AA is back on strike. Now this is a pleasant view. My big bear is here. The much-travelled legend, Lee Wigglesworth, my brother. Get in there, my boy. How you doing, man? Up at Ollie's, I was that. Brilliant to see the bear. Steely batsman from the late 90s. Yorkshire's finest. We'll have a chat with the bear later on. Loves a drink, does Wiggle, used to. Okay, here we go. This could be entertaining. Anthony on strike. Will he go? The answer is yes. Single taken. Good to see the Finn in. Having some food, not just alcohol today. I'm glad to have some food. Line in the stomach. No doubt with a cheeky pepperoni. Sheffield United 0, Sunderland 0. 5 minutes gone. And that is neck and crop through the gate. 162 for 9. Yorker length. Coughlin did not want to defend that. Perhaps too quick. And he departs for a duck. And the Hailsham innings is fading away now. A lot of balls still to face. They're going to leave those out there, I think. Disappointed for young Coughlin. But he will do his work with the ball, no doubt. He'll be looking forward to get out here. Hailsham have winkled their way up to 160. It doesn't seem to be enough, even with these conditions. And now, with the number 11 out, strapping fella, Diesel Hallett, who can hit a long ball, but with 4 balls left from opening bowler Kasim's spell or quota today, do they try and defend these 4 balls and then attack the 24 remaining balls afterwards? Bolney are very happy with this performance. They were asked to go into the field today. Tibble won the toss. Okay. Well, that's the way that Diesel's going. 3 balls to go. Kasim 2 for 38 with 3 balls to go. He's come back well, 7 overs earlier. Fit as a flea, he's come back to bowl these death overs. Skips into his stride. Yorker length, umpire says. I think it's going down leg side. I think Hailsham would do well just to try and see these 2 balls off now and then try and score from the remaining 4 overs. Diesel knows he's heads on the job today, I can see that. Keep this out now. He's gone big. He's gone big. He's put the pressure in the field. It's a clean pick-up in the end, and he's got 2. And who knows, those 2 runs could be crucial. It's a really nice shot in line. Made good connection. Last ball of Kasim's spell. Bowled with great skill earlier on. Diesel will want to try and keep this ball out. He's somehow got an under edge on that, which stopped it canning into the stumps. It's a decent spell, though, from the Bolney opening bowler who came back. Kasim Nasiri, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 40. His work is done for the day, well, with the ball. 4 overs left. And Andrew Anthony on strike. 24 balls left. Hailsham will want him to face all of those 24 balls, but also be slightly selective. The field will, I imagine, have 3 fielders out in the deep around and about cow corner. We know that AA can hit straight as well. He would do well to maybe target over extra cover, over long mid-off. The spinner is on. There are 4 fielders out now at cow corner. Deep square leg, 2 deep long on. This could be fun and games. It's up there, and that is a really sensible shot. I just said he would do well to target extra cover. It's almost like old Bowlesy knows what's going on here. And he waited for it, opened up. 6 over cover. That might change the 4 men that are out deep. 170 for 9. Kev, I don't want to talk about football today, but now you've mentioned it, isn't it nice to see another English side win a European victory in Tottenham Hotspur this week? Thanks very much. You're so old, Kev. Right, here we go. The field remains the same, 5 out. So much time for a single, but does he want to deal in singles? The answer is no. Yeah, baby. The hitting show is on. First ball of the over 6. Second ball of the over 6. 22 balls left. Can he face most of them? He's not interested in singles. We know which way he's going to go now. There's no fielders in the sky. Boom, boom, Anthony. 36 off 23. Hailsham just want to see this for a little bit longer. Bolney bowled out their opening bowler earlier. He's swinging like a rusty gate in the wind. Didn't connect. Here we go. Hailsham want to see more of this. Another 10 minutes of this, and it can change the game. He's waited for that one, and they are going to take the single. There's no 2. Big D's. John Simpson, 100 for Sussex, 286 for 6. Brilliant. Only 1 wicket down today. What a... Only been at Sussex for a year and a half. Absolute legend. Right, here we go. Big Diesel Hallett. Can he hold himself back? Should he hold himself back? It's up there. Sensible shot along the floor. And my prediction of 177 has now gone to 178. Will can breathe again. Will wants a single, and I owe him £1. Last ball. AA could take a single here. Well, does he want to take a single? Sensible cricket. That is what we want. 3 overs left. Sensible cricket. There wasn't really a single there, but Diesel was away. And now AA gets to face. There has to be a change in bowling. And Hamid is back into the attack. 3 overs left. You never know. I did say if Hailsham don't get bowled out, they will get 200. Some people looked at me funny. But maybe they do that most of the time, especially in Waitrose and Tesco's. Right, here we go. Let's have a look at this field. Again, he can go inside out. Third man has gone fine for the healthy edge. But at true cow corner, there is a big gap, 30 yards. Or can AA come towards the pavilion here? Inside out. He's waited for that. And takes the singles. Hailsham do get to 180. Okay, this was Will's prediction. Any wicket now, and that's cost me £2. Here we go. And that is 6 or out. It's 6. Just landed inside and get my glasses checked. $184. Bolney are just becoming a little bit frustrated. Let's see another 10 minutes of this from a Hailsham point of view. Some advice from AA. He's probably said hit the ball even harder. 184 for 9. Well bowled, took a little bit off it. How it's missed the stumps, we don't know. This is some momentum now. Diesel 7 off 7. AA 38 off 27. AA already top scorer. Diesel, what have you got? Diesel's gone hard. One bounce of the man in the deep. Very lively in the field. A great return. Right, Andy now will be targeting this. Pace on the ball. 2 balls left of the over. Austin Powers is here. Mind your head. Anthony. Slower. Sensible change up this time in the innings. Made him check. 1 ball left. Hailsham want a single here. Diesel should be backing up. And Bolney are adjusting this now. No, they're not. They've dropped long off back. A lovely shot. Just take 1. The Hailsham bobble. No, they are going to take the 2. The Hailsham bobble in the field. Lovely stroke from Diz. 187 for 9. 2 overs left. Momentum. What's the last wicket partnership? So the last wicket partnership, Hailsham drinking at the last chance saloon, 25 so far, unbroken, off 16 balls. They've done away with the spin after... New bowler coming on for 1 over spell. Waleed is on. This is what happens when you bowl your opening bowler out at the start. They can't come back. He did his damage, though, with a 4-fer. So it's now bat on ball for Hailsham. He's gone big. It's sliced away. And it's running away for 4. Yes, it's gone. 191 for 9. I looked at Diesel and AA earlier and I could see they meant business. Anyone wants the lottery tickets? I also said in about October time, Spurs... Tom? Did I say Spurs was the cup? I said that when they were 1-0 up on Wednesday. No, I'm not going to mention football today, Kev. Come on, Dees. More damage here. Well bowled. AA is ticking up the other end. He wants to face. Diesel's done very, very well with 12. Hailsham just want 5 minutes more of this. Bolney have had enough. They want us out. Slower ball. And a single taken. The Hailsham teammates are happy with that. 3 balls left. This over. AA. Hitting to his leg side would be with the wind. Be careful in the playground, please. AA surveys. He's just looked down at third man. He's not thinking about doing anything funky, is he? No, he's not. Could be run out, a direct hit. 193. It's a tough job for Waleed here, coming on to bowl 1 over, and actually he's bowled very well. There's only 2 off it. 2 balls to go. He'll take that. Sorry, 6 off it with 2 balls to go. Not easy. He's not bowled at all. Big Diesel Hallett on strike. Where's he going to target? Wide given. Hailsham go up to 194 for the last wicket. Top scoring is AA on 41. He would love to get a half century. Had a dry spell on the batting front. Big Diesel, what have we got? Slower ball. Punished. What a stroke. Lovely extra cover drive. High left elbow. His mum's done well when he was younger. He didn't want to shoot any more 3-pointers. Reverse layups. Real man sport that, Kev. We know that, mate. Boxing out under there, mate. Boxing out, get the elbows in. Right, anyway, 198 for 9. Momentum is swinging. Whether it's enough, we shall find out in a couple of hours' time. But the Bolney fielders, this last wicket partnership, they often are so frustrating. 36 now, the last wicket partnership. Lost ball.
Andy. Yes, please.
Diesel's done a terrific job here. He knows he's got to defend these runs. Allez, allez, allez. Allez, allez, allez.
Spare ball.
Yeah, balls are here. Jeanette's going to pay for it. Yeah, the card machine broke, so. Right, here we go. 20 minutes ago, it did not feel like 200 was possible. Momentum is big. 17 priceless runs could be from Diesel Hallett. He's drilled it again. And they do take the single. 199. 6 balls left. And Diesel's been nailing it. I don't blame them for taking their tough gig there for Woolley. He didn't bowl that badly. Gone for 12. And Hamid will bowl out. The tail has wagged here right at the end for Hailsham. It may not be enough, but there are a few more smiles in the Hailsham dugout at the moment. There are singles everywhere. But are Hailsham interested in singles at this point? Maybe one to get to 200. Hallett on strike on 18 not out. Yeah, they were running whatever. That's the 200. One of the biggest cheers. And now AA, he's got five shots at the coconut shy here. 200's up. We're in the game. It might not be enough. Where does he target? Over extra cover again. He's gone big. He's gone very big. Come over my side. 6 more. 47 for the Hailsham all-rounder. 47 off 31. And he's 3 away from a half century. Golden duck last week. Duck the week before. He's making up for it now. He will not stop swinging here. Slower ball coming up. No, he's gone pace. He's pushing 2, but this is one of the best fielders. I can see the disappointment there. He's fielded strongly all day. The bobble took his eye off it. The batsman put the fielder under pressure. AA is 1 away from a half century. He will be looking to go to 53 or 55 in this shot. Yes, they're looking for 2. A slight and a rapturous round of applause for Andrew Anthony. He loves this club. 51 off 33 balls. 4 4s, 3 6s. And the slight bobble by Gould in the outfield meant that they could get back for 2. These runs could be crucial later. 2 balls left. He's going to try and clear the ropes now. 2 balls left. Slower ball. It's skewed up in the air. Should be out. Easy catch. And that concludes the Hailsham innings. But actually, in the end there, the Hailsham dugout are looking slightly more chipper than Bolney. A fantastic last wicket partnership of 48 has propelled Hailsham up to 210 on a very different kind of afternoon when Hailsham won the toss and batted first. In the game, especially today, Jack Coughlin, Diesel Hallett, AA will be very, very interested in using the conditions today. And the smile is back. The smile is back for AA. I told him it was his day today. 10 minutes before going out. And Diesel Hallett as well. Very sensible, a destructive 48-run partnership for the last wicket. We shall see you back in 25 minutes for the chase. And welcome back to Hailsham Recreation Ground. An entertaining first half we watched, which swung this way and that. And I still think Bolney are favourites, bearing in mind their recent chases. But you never know, and the momentum from the last half an hour of the Hailsham innings, which looked for all money to be out for 160, when Hailsham managed to get up to 210, has meant a slight change in momentum. So, undoubtedly one of the best batsmen in the league, Michael Gould, will take strike against Andrew Anthony, who is buzzing after his late order hitting. Okay, Anthony then, first over to Gould. An errant start down the leg side after no wides in the beginning of the Bolney innings. Unfortunately, Hailsham start with a wide, but let's say that's a loosener. AA certainly got his arms through some of the balls earlier in his swashbuckling effort. First 50 of the year. That's better. And that is absolutely punished from Gould. We know that Gould is in fine form. Okay, absolute elegant extra cover drive there from Gould. AA continues with the fully pitched delivery, which is right. So yeah, Gould is in fine form, 146 runs already this year. A quick fire 106 not out against Seaford. Top run scorer for Bolney last year, 607 in 11 innings, averaging 60. He's absolute class. In my opinion, probably playing in some divisions too low. And as we saw when Hailsham bowled in the power play, anything short just sits up and says, hit me. That's the second 4. Of the innings, and the second 4 for Gould. Andrew Anthony not quite found his radar just yet. Hailsham have to take wickets in this power play. And at the moment it is Gould who is off to a flyer. Anthony to Gould, unfortunately down the leg side again. This is an untidy start for Hailsham. AA was the top wicket taker for the first team last year, 29 wickets. And at the moment, opening batsman Gould doesn't know quite where the ball is coming. Powerful strike, defence. Opening the batting with Gould is Waleed Mohammed. Short. An appeal. Gould was on the back foot, on the pull again. But at the moment, Anthony's bowling to a 7-2 field. One slip. Point. And I think he needs to try and settle into this off-stump line. With that field. Better delivery to finish. And Bolney finished the first over on 10 for no loss. So we're into week 3 of the league season. Bolney are top on 60 points, joint top with Little Common. Both teams won both matches. And Hailsham, because they took some losing bonus points last week, Hailsham are third at the moment on 42. Obviously really early days. Rottingdean is the team that are bottom at the moment. 2 teams will go down. And Rottingdean actually have lost to both of these 2 sides. Glynde also have registered 2 losses. They are in 9th place. And then obviously it's very tight in the middle between Hailsham, Cookfield 2s, Crowhurst, Seaford, Lingfield and Rye. Okay, this is exciting. Hailsham's youngest player on show today, the 16-year-old talent that is Jack Coughlan. First game for the ones this year. Broke into the side last year. He's in good form. He played for St Bede's under-18s last Saturday against Eton. And he's got that ball to talk straight away. In with the wind and with the swing. Cramps up Waleed. Yeah, so Jack had a successful Saturday last week. Only narrowly St Bede's lost to Eton. Jack opened the bowling, took 2 for 20. So then we know that he's in good shape. He's wintered really well with nets and with training, and he's had a few run-outs already. Okay, he bowls to 2 slips off the thigh pad, a slip in the field, and even though the outfield has drained well, certainly more moisture around than there has been the last 2 weeks. We're going to have a little update about the Hailsham teams in a second from the Bulmer. At the change of overs, we'll see Coughlin through. And this is Coughlin's first shot at Gould, the right-handed Gould. It's a left-hand, right-hand opening combination for Bolney. And unfortunately, this has been an untidy start for Hailsham. Already, we have registered 3 wides, and there's only 8 legal balls bowled. This hasn't been a problem recently, but defending a small total of 210, this is needed to be on strike. Better. So my first look at Michael Gould, I've heard a lot about him. The stats speak for themselves. 607 runs last year in only 11 innings, averaging 60. Looks very organised. Not a tremendously high back lift until the bowler starts the run up. Square cut, any kind of width. And Gould has jumped onto that and crunched for 4. He moves to 12 off 8 balls. Need a response from Coughlin. Hailsham need a response. Well bowled again. Absolute class through, and that will go for 4. Two fielders chase. Continuing from the runs from the last couple of weeks, Gould in fine early season form. Classy stroke. 16, 4 boundaries. Coughlin. Shorter. And that's another boundary. At the moment, Hailsham are bowling deliveries that can be hit on either side of the wicket. That over went for 14. Bolney have raced to 24 for no wicket off 2. Now, I don't want to state the obvious, but Hailsham are in desperate need of a wicket. Ideally, the wicket of Gould. Andrew Anthony will continue. Blustery conditions. He was running uphill, sort of into the wind here. Okay. So after Hailsham were quick to shift the momentum at the end of their innings, Bolney have really, slightly mistimed shot there, inside edge, just evades the stumps. Hailsham are right to leave one fielder in. Slips. I think Hailsham now, just after consistency of line, they bowled too many deliveries that can go either side of the wicket. Bring back some control. And from Bolney's point of view, they will want a repeat of the week 1 chase. 225 for 1 of 20 overs. A big appeal and not given. But just this over, Anthony has settled into his work. Any wicket for Hailsham will do at the moment. Squared up Waleed there. Can't hear or see anything. Umpire remains unmoved. And I think on the whole the umpires had a good game. Shorter. Thought lucky to get away with that. As we realised from the first power play, the Hailsham power play, anything short did seem to just sit up. Right, in a couple of balls' time, we're going to have an update from round the grounds, or whatever grounds we can get to, from the Bulmer. Nice shot. Waleed is into the boundaries as well. .28 on the board, 24 of them through boundaries. They're not interested in running, these boys. I can see Diesel Hallett having a little, taking his jumper off and a jog back to his fielding position. He will be keen to have a crack here. Bolney have raced off to a rapid start.
Nice, Waleed.
Waleed decides to take a single off the last ball. Gould won't mind that. 29 for no wicket. Right, let's have a listen to the young bowler now. He's going to give us an update from the seconds. And perhaps Sussex as well. Here we are.
So, it hasn't updated since they last finished the twos. They got bowled out for 123 from 29 overs. So, not the greatest from the twos. Apart from that, I don't know how Sussex are getting on. All I know is England won, and it turns out Sussex have been bowled out for 297. They currently lead Hampshire by 138 runs. So I think the Sussex boys will take that and then let Hampshire maybe get a couple and then take some early wickets and then chase it and potentially get a win.
Yeah, certainly they will take that, my friend. They were way behind the game. Brilliant partnership, another 100 from Captain John Simpson. A couple of hours to go tonight. Winkle out a couple of Hampshire wickets. Hampshire currently 9 for no loss in return. Okay, back here then. Young Jack Coughlan. I think he might prefer bowling to Waleed at the moment, the left-hander. Looks very correct. Chance of a run out. Waleed thought there was a very easy single there and started his run pedestrian style. Yet again, the Hailsham side have to now switch around the right-left combination, and it is Gould, 20 off 10, only dealing in boundaries, and he's looked unfazed by anything so far. 146 runs so far before this game. He's not been out this year either. 2 not outs. Shoulders, arms. 106 not out against Seaford, and 40 not out against Little Common. Against Rottingdean.
Really good set. Keep going, boy, keep going.
Coughlin, the 16-year-old. Again, better bowling in that corridor. Played up at Eton last week for St Bede's under 18s. Opened the bowling there, 2 for 20. He's had a brilliant winter since joining St Bede's. He's fit and strong. And that's the delivery that he's bowled so far. Defending a small total. Early wickets are needed. We know the best way of doing that is by bowling dots. Absolute class act. Gould. Him and Malcolm Johnson for Little Common. Standout batsmen in the league this year. Every team playing them will want to dismiss them. I had the pleasure of standing in the field last week, watching Malcolm Johnson score 120. It was very enjoyable actually, apart from it being against Hailsham. 12 fours, 7 sixes, didn't give a chance away really. And as what happens when Hailsham play Little Common over there, they're too much for us, and over here we do pretty well against them. Great to see Matt Smudger Smith here. He captained me when I took a few wickets against Little Common 20 years ago. Terrific cricketer, Matt Smith, with bat and ball. Captained the club as well to much success. We won the league back in 2004. Andrew Anthony into his work again. Lovely strike from Wooleel. Only a defensive back foot punch, but absolutely crisply struck out for 1. And I have to say at the moment, apart from 1 ball that's beaten the outside edge, genuinely, Bolney look unfazed. Gould is back on strike. He was pretty destructive with Andrew Anthony earlier. What's he got for him now? Full start from AA. Back to his mark. Okay. Brutal from Gould. Slightly short. Rapid start now. Run rate of 8. We've not been near that at all during the first 40 overs of the Hailsham innings. And Hailsham are desperate for a wicket. Better ball, it's jagged back in. Effort ball from Anthony. And Michael Gould today, not interested in running. 6 fours. He's 24.
Come on, Mike. What do you got back?
Okay, Hailsham desperate for a wicket. Bolney happy to see this continue. Shorter. Hailsham persevering with 1 slip. McDonald in at slip. A fantastic slip catcher, but not in business so far. AA turns. Desperate to influence this game. We did it with the bat. Can he do it with the ball? Again, at least now there are some dots. Some pressure being put back on. Anthony to Gould. Shorter, easy run. Big effort from Ethan Dorber. And I think Captain Tibble may be forced into looking at an early change of bowling. I know that Anthony's only bowled 3 overs, but they have gone for 24. The majority of those runs have been boundaries, which shows you that there isn't the consistency of boundary balls being delivered. But Coughlin beat the outside edge last over. The left armour, Willie Hill, is on strike. I can see Diesel Hallett going through a lovely Mel McDonald here, the prettiest of all the McDonald clan. Lovely Mel. Hopefully here to see Ollie maybe take a few wickets there with a bit of tweak. As I was saying, Diesel Hallett going through some vigorous warm-up exercises. Jack continues. Dead ball, something has... Oh, the bail has come off, so the wind is gusting. Ever so much, it's taken some of the hair off my head. Squares up Walil. Drops it. Skillfully drops it. The fielder was on the one, and that is one of our top fielders. Cannot stop the single. And again, left-right hand opening combination. Fielders have to switch. 40 for none. Gould has only dealt in boundaries. 7 of them. As he is on 28 not out. As I said earlier, absolute class act. But Coughlin did beat the outside edge. This is what we need to do. Bowled in that corridor of uncertainty. Michael Gould is yet to be dismissed this season. 2 not outs, 146 runs. Very healthy strike rate of 117. Young Jack Coughlin, 16 years of age. Again, he's causing some issues here. Coughlin has gone to shoulder and arms that as if it's going to be outside off stump, and it's jagged back in. And actually hit him on the thigh pad. And all a fully blooded drive here. Big inside edge. Unfortunately, not near the stumps. What I love about Jack Coughlin is his temperament. Whatever happens, he does not give any emotion, turns back to his mark. 16 years of age and a really good prospect for the future. Who knows where he will end up. Again, another full shot. And an awful misfield. I can't say it in any other way. And that's actually not like Simon Dunning. I fielded with him last week and he was absolutely on the money.
Let's go.
That is something that Hailsham will not want to become lax in the field. And there's a change of bowling, I think. Right. Hailsham forced into a change. Andrew Anthony was destructive with the bat, but unfortunately it hasn't quite gone for him yet with the ball. So the big Diesel Hallett is on. 7 wickets so far this season, average of 9. And straight away finds a healthy edge. It will be runs. The boundary is stopped. So Michael Gould's streak of 4s comes to an end as he takes 2 there. Still 1-0 at Wembley. Sheffield United 1, Sunderland 0. And Diesel Hallett is straight into his work here. Nothing loose. Not that Gould has to take any risks at the moment. Well ahead of the run rate. But it might make him think about some different scoring areas rather than some of the boundary balls that he's been served up so far. Diesel's trying to hit the top of off stump here. Keep Gould. Right, top edge. There's 4 more. Slightly short. So, as we saw in the Hailsham inning, anything short is sitting up. Gould can hit bad, but good balls for 4, let alone the bad balls that are bowled. Big Diesel back into his work. Gould takes the single. Looks completely at home here. News from the thirds. Robert Wilkinson, 100 not out. Wilco's got a ton. Very good. G. Morgan very happy. No doubt we'll hear about that later on and tomorrow. Just the type of day for Rob today. Gritty, bit overcast. Drop the anchor. Everyone else bats around him. Superb. Another lovely shot for Walil. Dorber has done well, shy at the stumps. Gun fielder. Can't stop the... Can't stop the single. Not going to state the obvious here, but Hailsham are absolutely desperate for a wicket. And the left-right hand combination. Charlie continues his rehab. He's seen enough. Big Diesel to Gould. Chance of a caught and bowled. Part stop. Ball returned in. 50 up for Bolney in rapid time. 50 off 7. Gould 37 not out. Walil Mohammed 10 not out. At the moment, this game is only going one way. It's looking like a Bolney victory, which would be 3 out of 3 for the start of their season. And Jack Coughlin will bowl his 4th. Now I think young Bournemouth's been on the had too much sugar, because he's just ridiculously said about Arsenal winning a trophy. Your season's over, kid. Yeah, he's had a knock to the head. Okay. Again, this has been impressive from the 16-year-old. Nothing to hit for Gould from this end. And actually, some of these leaves from the Bolney opening bat are not straightforward. We have a gusting wind, but he's gone large here. I say nothing to hit. That was a lovely strike. First ball dot, second ball inside out, one bounce four. Gould has not been out this year yet, and it's not looking like that's going to change today. However, yeah, nice one, Wills. Yeah, he hasn't even got average. Ethan Dorber, the sprightly Ethan Dorber, 18-year-old, fit as a flea. Dorber races in to stop the single. Everyone tried to influence this, but at the moment we seem to be playing in Michael Gould's game. Five off the over. And a day where there's been not too many positives for Hailsham. Certainly seeing young Jack Coughlin into the action. And bowling against the very experienced and impressive Michael Gould. He's settled in well. He's 16, lots to learn. Going well. So, is this the second injury in 2 weeks for Hailsham? Because Diesel Hallett, after bowling the first over, has been removed from the attack, and we see the first bit of spin from Hailsham today, with captain Jason Tibble into the attack in the power play. Shorter and smack for 4. So we're just hearing into the comms box that Diesel has also suffered a side strain. Oh, Wills, I think Diesel is always up for the fight, or a confrontation. But he is holding his left-hand side. It could be the same as Charlie Cousins last year. Quicker and flatter from Tibble. Rushed Gould into a shot, a full shot. Taken by Hainsworth, the Australian behind the timbers. Shorter. It's funny sometimes, some of these force changes can affect the game. But Hailsham need to affect it quickly. The run rate required, only 4.2. These two have got good understanding. Rotating the strike. Hailsham look a little bit flat in the field. Now, lovely to see, Guy. Look, it's lovely to have more cup winners here. Just winners. We have Palace fans. I'm not one to talk about football today, but as it's been mentioned, we have a Palace fan here, cup winner. Not sure if anyone's heard, but Spurs, a successful week for the mighty Spurs. I'm not going to mention it again.
What happened to Spurs? I haven't heard.
European champions, mate.
Oh, European champions.
Indeed, the old Cup Winners' Cup.
So why were Spurs in it? They hadn't won a cup for years. Why were they in it?
Because the strong foundations meant that we qualified, Will, and then smashed high-quality opposition throughout the whole season on a Thursday night.
Can't call Man United high quality.
Or Bodo Glimt. Hailsham would beat those. Townsend would score a hat-trick against Bodo Glimt, but don't worry about that. Right, anyway, back to the action here. Young Jack has been really impressive against Bolney, against one of the gun batsmen in the league. Coughlin to Gould. Again. And some of those leaves have got Gould thinking. A couple of them have come back and wrapped into the thigh pad. First slip is now out. We know Hailsham need to take wickets. But we are reinforcing the ring field now. Coughlin to Gould. Shorter. Quickly onto it. And that has been absolutely pulverised. Anything slightly short. And that is Gould's 50. 53 of 40 balls. 46 of those have come through boundaries. 10 boundary fours. And that big six, only slightly short from the Hailsham opener, and punished. But as I said earlier, Michael Gould has not even been dismissed this year. Before today, 146 runs, and he's continued his merry way today. Hailsham were desperate to take early wickets. They had shifted the momentum with some late order runs, apart from beating the outside edge. It's certainly lighter. Perhaps there are less overhead conditions. That is a decent shout. And given, that is the first dismissal of the year for Gould. He's not happy. Again, he's gone to shoulder arms the ball. I did say earlier, Coughlin has got that ball to jag back, to move around, and that is the wicket that Hailsham wanted. I think Gould felt that it was high as he's peeled himself away from the middle. Looks a decent shout. Hainsworth was keen. A great knock to start. 53, he's not happy. 10 fours, one huge six. The first time he's been dismissed this year. A real competitor. But as we said earlier, neutral umpires. That brings to the crease. So that brings Sarav Wakaska to the crease. And he has been in the runs and wickets this year. 114 runs so far, 86 not out against Seaford. And he scores at a good lick, 161 strike rate. Just been reliably informed that he has played a stack of high-class games in India. Very experienced. Indian Railways. And Hailsham, this is just a glint of an opening. The first wicket down for 66, and the big wicket of Gould, no doubt. They will be hoping that one brings two. And there's a goal, an equaliser for Sunderland. Stewie Boy will be going crazy. That could make it a very interesting last 15 minutes at Wembley. The goal has gone in. VAR are checking it. Okay, so Hailsham now will be desperate to take a clump of wickets. 6.7 runs and over. Okay, so Hailsham now hoping to string some dots together. Big appeal as he edged it. Umpire moved his arm. Hailsham boys got even more encouraged. .68 for one. Bit of a buzz now, the wicket of Gould, the big wicket of Gould. Some of the Hailsham boys. Peckers up. Need to take wickets now. Way ahead of the run rate, Bolney. Tidy over from Tibbs, he'll get through them quickly. Okay, so we're looking forward to seeing Sarab face here. Class batsman. Absolute class batsman. Let's see how we go. And it is the young 16-year-old Coughlan to continue bowling from the pavilion end. Single taken. Absolute solid strike. So Hailsham slipped back in. Need to take wickets now. 69 for one. Can the fielder get across? This will be a great catch. It's just evaded Tom McDonald. Batsmen take two. the deep, long on and long, mid on and mid off are still inside the circle, so it's a shot that is on over the top. Hailsham won't mind seeing that. No pressure of run rate at the moment. The game's come alive a little bit. Now that is absolutely no bother at all. Probably the shot of the day so far. Waleed has picked that up and absolutely smashed it. 70 metres, 75 metres. Beautiful shot. Okay, a response is needed. No change in field, slightly straight, and that was an absolute class shot. 16 years of age, Jack. He will want to respond. Shows great character and temperament. That won't bother him. Really well bowled. Full shot. Come back. 2 balls left of the over. Coughlin 38 now, slightly expensive. Not through bowling any poor balls. He's bowling against highly experienced players. Great education, but at the moment, Hailsham. Now they've just put a man back and he's holed out. He should have holed out. Tom McDonald has just been put out for that exact shot. It was pitched up. Tom looked like he had made good ground to it. The ball died on him, maybe against the wind, but that really should have been a regulation catch. He's upset with himself. Hailsham needed that to be taken. Well bowled from Jack. McDonald looks up to the sky. 10 off the over, but it could have been so much more successful for Hailsham. He made good ground to get there. Unfortunately, just like a couple of catches in the Bolney fielding time. The ball hit the deck. Deary me. There's life in this game yet, everybody. But Hailsham will need to take some wickets. Right, Tibble. Tibble continues. Had a very tidy start. Only 6 runs off the 2 overs. Bringing some control. And facing up is in watchful mode at the moment to the spinner. Single taken. Tibble into his work. Again, no risks being taken. No need. The run rate required is not posing a problem for Bolney. Slightly short. And the left-handed Walil rocks back. Again. Over bowled. Nice and tidy. Getting through quickly. Umpires having a chat. We are due some rain, but not for a couple of hours. Oh, in fact, I can just feel a little bit of rain on my bald head. Still 1-1 at Wembley. 5 minutes left. Squeaky bum time is now fully happening. So a little bit of rain now we can feel. Should blow over, quite gusty. So spin from both ends. Ollie McDonald into the attack from the pavilion end. And yes, there is definitely some rain coming down now. A sprinkling.
Bolney, what's the radar?
Not for another. It's not meant to be for a couple of hours.
Yeah, you're all good there, man. Oh, yeah, this is the Hailsham.
When I looked on the rain radar this morning, I didn't think the rain was going to be coming back for a couple of hours. Upish. Having said that, yes, it's now looking like a 70% chance of rain at 6 o'clock. Drizzling now. Whether that will change Bolney's approach. They want to get done quicker. There is a healthy wind. Chance of rain, but it can become really tricky when you start trying to play the weather as well as an opposition. Okay, McDonald to the left-hander, turning the ball away. Solid strike, no single. Hailsham just taking some steam out of this at the moment. The spinners have brought more control than the pace bowlers. And again, McDonald, nice and tidy. A maiden. Bolney still going along at a healthy 5.6 runs to the over. And with 31 overs left, they require 131. That's not really a problem. Hailsham need wickets. And this is an all-spin attack at the moment. Protein is in for the Bolney boys. Not that Gould needed it as he smashed the 6 before. And as we say that, as straight as you like, into the sight screen. A beautiful shot. Had enough at being bowled to the Indian star man. He's gone again. He's gone again.
Six of the best!
So Sardav will be watching now. Over 300 Class A games in India. And here he is in Hailsham. Quickly moved to 15 not out. Well watched out in the deep. No runs taken. Punjab Kings 203 for 8 in the IPL. He's gone again, well watched. Hampshire making a better fist of their second innings than the first innings against Sussex. Hampshire 34 for no wicket. Earlier dismissed Sussex for 297. 7 added minutes at Wembley. This is look like it's going to extra time and pens. Overcalled. 93 for 1 off 14. That has got the Bolney chase back on. Think. Got holiday. McDonald into the attack. Hailsham desperate again for another wicket. Chance for a run out. Direct hit would have been close. Respect shown. Solid forward defensive. Sardav. This has been very enjoyable watching class batsman today. McDonald into his work. Well bowled. Almost chance of a return catch. Wacker into his work. Building out in the deep. 2 taken. Hailsham again desperate for a breakthrough. Get back into this game. Respect shown. So both Gould and Sardav have scored the majority of runs for bowling this year. They don't want anyone else to have a bat, really. Before today, 146 runs for Gould. He's added to that today another half century. And the Indian Sardav, 114 runs before today. 96 for 1 off 16. And now with Diesel Hallett injured, and it looks unlikely for him to bowl again, the Hailsham attack is looking a little light. I think the 2 spinners will continue for the time being. But what is to come after that? Andrew Anthony will come back again. And Coughlin. Full start there for Captain Tibbs. Again, respect shown. Now this is unbelievable news from Wembley. They will be dancing in the streets of Sunderland tonight. My pal Stewie. There it is. Sunderland have scored. Coming back to the Premier League. 2-1 Sunderland. 95th minute. The Mackhams will be going bonkers tonight. Restock that bar. Longman Brewery. Okay, Tibble. Into the attack. Uppish. Watch that spin. My mate Stewie will be going absolutely leery at the moment. Bless him. Back to the Premier League, mate. Absolute belter. Yes, goal's been given. 2-1. Nice shot. Okay, into the 18th over now, and it is the spin twins of McDonald and Tibble. Catch is on and taken. A much needed wicket for Hailsham. Not the greatest delivery. An even worse shot, but a really good catch. Tibble with a catch, no gloves on. Sunderland looking good. 2-1 up. Referee's going to blow soon. Okay, can Hailsham weasel another one out here? The big wicket of Wakaska, Indian star. Nuri, the wicketkeeper, is out to join him now. Wakaska continues on 90. Wickets are not taken, then this will turn into a cakewalk. Massive appeal. Umpire not interested. McDonald's on the floor. Hainsworth was convinced. 2 leg byes taken. It was leg-ish, leg side-ish. Interesting to see that again. Parsons has had a look. He'll give us the update. Okay, here we go. Tibble had a successful last over. See if he goes again. Dunning into the attack. Wicketkeeper stands back. Some skiddy medium pace. Greeted with 4 runs. I think the whistle has gone at Wembley. They will be dancing in the streets of Sunderland tonight. And my pal Shuey will be cock-a-hoop.
Blue box. D. On the blue box.
It's all over at Wembley. We're not going to talk too much about football this week, especially after Tottenham's victory. However, Sunderland, congratulations. Playoff champs. They are back in the Premier League. I would suggest they need to bolster their squad. They've stumbled through the playoffs, but they've done it. Congratulations to my pal, David Michael Stewart. Legend. The Mackhams are back.
One left, Nasser! Good lead! That ball's fucking
be a wicket, they'll have 4 drinks anyway.
Okay, so here we are. Crunch time now for Hailsham, with only 90 required. Wickets are a must. Nouri in at 4, 6 off 12 balls, facing now to McDonald.
Come on!
Donald into his work. Again, well bowled. The spinners have definitely brought back some control. Hailsham already a little bit light on the bowling today. Just caught up with Diesel Hallett on the boundary edge. He has also, second ball, pulled his side. He got a side strain. So he won't be able to take any further part in the bowling. Coughlin has overs remaining. Andrew Anthony can come back. That's definitely some turn. The umpire's interested, but the appeal is turned down, not out. Was looking to turn the ball. Another strong over from McDonald. After the experiment with South African Dunning, with a couple of overs, Tibbs has decided to bring himself back on, and the two off spinners have brought some control. Now we need a wicket. Absolute meat and drink. The left-handed McCasker into the sweep. Lofted drive from the left-hander. Absolute class. Two shots of authority there. One hard sweep, middled, and the other lofted cover drive. Left-handed. Now McCasker's on to 35. On the sweep again. And that will go for another 4. Bolney have decided to press the button of acceleration. If there is any weather around, Bolney decided to get on with it. Absolute class there. Rakaska goes to 41. And Bolney, at the moment, are cruising to victory. 137 for 2. Time for drinks. See you in 5. Okay, we are back for the concluding hour or so, I'd say, of this game. There's rain in the forecast for maybe an hour's time. So Bolney won't want to hang around now with 8 wickets in hand, and they require 74 runs. The only thing that can save Hailsham now is the rain, I'd think. Okay, Hailsham will continue with Ollie McDonald from the pavilion end. Fifths are back, not looking too happy with life. Fortunately, they came out second best today. Boys. Okay, umpires are ready, scores are ready, here we go. McDonald. McCasker loves the sweep. Got the sweep out the locker again. Hard sweep. I've just had a chat with Michael Gould, a wonderful batsman but awful taste in football. And I'm just going to remind you, he's going to come on the microphone and have a little chat about conditions out there today. And I won't mention that Arsenal haven't won a trophy for 1,752 days. I won't mention that. He's a good sport. We'll have him out here in a second. But at the moment, McCasker continues on his merry way. A lofted 4 over the offside, and he makes his way on to 47 not out from 39 balls. Yeah. And again, I thought after drinks that Bolney might press the accelerator, and they have. 50 for McCasker, Indian superstar. 51 of 40 balls, 6 4s, 2 6s. No single that time. So they're trying to take any chance of the rain out of the equation today. How you doing, mate? All right? Yeah, go on. Tibble continues. Leg side. And at this stage, with 64 required, this game is only going one way. 2 down Bolney. Advancing Nori. And now it's looking decidedly scrappy for Hailsham. Basic misfield. We knew there'd be tough spots during this season. And full stroke. We've not seen many of those from McCasker. And last week and this week. That is the much-needed wicket that Hailsham required. Huh? Decent 50, 51 off 42 balls. McCasker is dismissed. Another high quality bat. He and Gould have been the protagonists for most of the Bolney runs this year. The Rohit in at 5. 3 down now, Bolney. 148 for 3. Tibbs in his work. Darted that in. Crosby boys are in. We're not going to talk about football today, but Liverpool win the league. Spurs win the European Cup. Palace wins the FA Cup. Newcastle win the League Cup. It's all the birds this year, all the birds. Newcastle won the League Cup. Magpies. Know your birds. Is there a slight opening, a glimmer, Wills, a glimmer? Tibble's bowled well. McDonald have bowled well. Their 12 overs have only gone for 43. And if Hailsham can weasel out another one now. Four runs. Crisp. Top stroke.
Do you have any balls? Yeah, in here.
So that's 150 up for Bolney. Yeah, 152 for 3. Long on and long off go back for Nori. So that means that there's a simple single into the off. McDonald continues. Hailsham in need of rapid wickets. Bolney would like to get this done sharpish, just in case there's any weather on the way. McDonald to the new batsman, Rohit. McDonald takes his cap, and as I say, the spinners today for Hailsham have brought some control. Their 13 overs have gone for 48 between them. And options for Tibble will be limited. We know that Diesel Hallett is not fit to bowl now. He had the same side strain, suffered in the first over today, that Charlie Cousins suffered last.
So, it's a,
Tibble continues.
yeah. Is he close enough? Yeah. I've always had an issue with this.
Still persisting with Dunning and Dorber just in front of the wickets. That is straight and a classy advancing down the track. Nouri now seems to be in a rush.
Okay, on drive for me. I'll be this out.
Wicket keeper earlier.
Leave me.
That is a classy shot. 157 for 3.
Is that good? Yeah.
Two's are back, Billy the Basher and the Gooch. To see the boys in fine form, and they come. Pat. Desperate need of wickets here. The Taylors are off. .53 required for Bolney. Nouri has followed on the work started uppish, but 4. The work started of Vakaska and Gould.
Is that taken up?
Finishes the over with a 4. 22 not out. Hailsham will be desperate to bowl to the new batsman, and McDonald will continue that now. Ollie Mack entrusted with the ball, got frustrated with the bat earlier on. 1 for 23 so far today. 2 overs to go for Ollie. He'd love to add to that wicket column. Bowling with good control, good rhythm at the moment. Slightly wider. Should be kept to a single. Peacock in the deep. Cronenbergs are being unleashed. Little warm up before tomorrow. Okay, this is the man that Hailsham want. It's Nouri. McDonald to Nouri. Well bowled. He looked to advance. The wicket-keeper batsman from Bolney. He decides to block that. Hailsham sticking at this. Heads haven't dropped. Would love another wicket now. Cause a little bit more movement in the Bolney dressing room. Shorter. Couple of bounces out to the sweeper. End of the over. 165 for 3. 46 required. Plenty of time. Bolney won't want to see out that time though, just in case there's any rain coming back in, which there is. Tibbs trying to get that full shot. Hard sweep. Well fielded. The big fella Diesel. Side strain. Only can bowl one over today. He managed to get down to that. Advances. Another fine stroke. Loves it on the drive. Does Nori, the wicket keeper. Goes on to 27 now. He's enjoying this track. Quickly into position. Square cut hard. Down into the deep. Work for Will Royale down there. Returns in on the bounce to keeper Hainsworth. And Hailsham, even though that not let their heads dropped. With 41 required now. The Bolney batsmen have spread the field again and there are singles available readily. Makes it really tough to stop rotation, and options for Captain Tibble are limited. It looks like McDonald will bowl out here. McDonald has bowled well, 1 for 25 off his 8. He's into his last over now. Rohit happy to rotate the strike. Get Nuri in, who's seeing it like a beach ball now. Exactly what I was saying. Even though that Rohit is the senior player in experience, Nuri has had some time at the crease. We know that this Hailsham track is full of runs. We thought today would be different with some overheads, but the Bolney side have been full of runs recently, 2 comprehensive run chases, and this looks like a third. Very quickly onto anything short the wicket-keeper. They often are wicket-keepers. Low centre of gravity, anything short, quickly into position. He's on the cut. But as we've seen, he's played some lovely drives. McDonald to Nuri. A no-look sweep. See a bit of that in the NBA tonight in the playoffs. Get that head out of the way. Forgot he had a helmet on. He'd be all right. Nuri, 32 not out. Shorter. Smash! Don't worry about all those funky little sweeps when you can smash the ball like that. Absolutely beauty. 29 required now, 15 overs. They've turned this into an absolute cakewalk. Got in front of the run rate really early. Bolney may be aware of the weather coming in an hour's time, so they want to get it done. And this is where you learn a lot about a side, who still wants the ball. Nouri now is going at almost a runner ball. Okay, here we go. Bolney are going to look to get this done really, really quickly.
I need another ball. I need another ball. We need another ball. The bag's there by Bolsey. The bag's by you. On the floor. We got it.
Helmet! Mitch, helmet. Where is it?
I'm sure he's looking up for a helmet though. Because that's very optimistic. Very optimistic.
New bowler from the Tommy Walder end is Will Royal. The very experienced Rohit Jagota on strike. Dealing in singles so far, but he can push the accelerator, no problem, whenever he likes. Keeper Hainsworth standing up to the stumps. 29 to win. They won't want to lose any more wickets. Decent start from Royal, but just lent on. And this shows the outfield lightning quick still. Decent delivery first up from Will Royal. Manipulated through the field. Superb timing. 186 for 3. Nice comeback. So Hailsham started off this season with a thumping victory, and this is looking like now in week 2 and week 3 a couple of big defeats. Surprised we haven't seen Andrew Anthony back onto bowl. Maybe he is injured. Just stooped down to try and field the ball and didn't make contact. A quick fire 50 earlier with the bat, and I thought he would be able to take that momentum into the second half. Alas, only bowled 2 or 3 overs to start with. Will Royal. Well bowled. Will Royal. Tough gig at the moment. Bit of width. Can't time it. Well, I take it back. It was just poor fielding. Andrew Anthony is coming back. Good game to win from here. 23 required. Looks like an early finish. So a switch of ends. Yeah, went to eighths earlier on, 8 per over. Did the AA. Looking to, unfortunately, peter out a little bit this game from Hailsham's point of view. Bolney will be well happy. Hampshire 81 for 4. Good news. Sussex on course for victory. They are still 60 behind with 6 wickets left. Delhi Capitals 80 for 2, chasing 207 against Punjab Kings. Hicks is back. Catch up with him later on. AA trying to make something happen. Whenever Hailsham have had a glint of getting back in this game, Bolney have responded with a partnership. This partnership now 40. It's never allowed Hailsham ever really to get a foothold on this second innings. Bolney have scored at 6s throughout. Never really looked in any danger. Andrew Anthony. Fields well off his own bowling. Taking the single. Tidy work, but no chance of the run out. Rohit moves on to 11 with the single. Brings the explosive wicketkeeper bat, Nouri, back on strike. He'll be eyeing up a 50 here. Hit him quite low down on the front pad. It was straight enough. Brave umpire to give it out from there. That's one of the ones, if you had Hawkeye here, it may well be hitting. In the olden days, you get a good stride in, no one's giving you out. And again, the swivel hook employed by Nouri. He is eyeing up a 50 for sure. Moves to 43 now. 17 required. And it was definitely Andrew Anthony's day with the bat at the moment, and it's unlikely to be his day with the ball. Bolney in the 32nd over now done, 194 for 3. Will Royal will continue, 17 required. Rohit just happy to manipulate the ball into the field. Nouri wanted 1, Rohit wanted 2, and they returned for 2 runs to the total. Bolney won't want to give any more wickets away. Rohit happy to lovely to see the big bear back in Hailsham. $14 required. Nouri back on strike. He would like 7 of these. And that is 6 of them. This has been a very enjoyable innings. Steady start. 200 up for Bolney. And Nouri now moves to 49. He deserves a half century, and I think he's going to get it. 50 partnership 2 in 48 balls. 7 required. Nouri needs 1 for a well-deserved half century. Royal to Nouri. He needs 1 for a half century. Thought it was on there for a half century, but it's not. Eight required for Bolney, 1 required for Nouri, the wicketkeeper bat. He's gone for it. And that is an absolute classic straight drive. A well-deserved round of applause. Brilliant high elbow, punches it back.
Oh, you said 34 over.
Boys.
And he said, unfortunately, by 1 over. Yeah, he said 3 down, yeah. No, he said 3 down. Yeah. Only if you are not wearing that top and hat. Only. You're good, man. You're good. No, I'm not talking about the second club. I'm talking about the one. Yeah, that club. You've been saying that since morning.
Ballsy, his bag of balls.
Oh, yeah.
The only thing you said
Harry! Good, mate. How you doing?
Does it matter?
Okay, 4 to win. The boys got me. I didn't want to talk about football today, but as we are, let's just have a little celebration for Brennan Johnson. and the mighty Spurs. It's been a tricky year. Boys are back from Bilbao. Get your money on Brighton because the Spurs players have been on the beer and a lot of other stuff for 4 days. Get your money on Brighton on Sunday. Okay, here we go. Andrew Anthony. Rohit. Two taken, 2 required. And this will make it 3 wins out of 3 for Bolney. They've successfully chased 225 against Seaford very rapidly. 195 last week, and now 211. They will remain top of the league. I hear that Little Common have won today. And that is it. A 4 for Rohit seals a comprehensive victory. Special mention to wicketkeeper Nouri, who continued the momentum. Some blinding shots, 53 not out. And for Hailsham, it's a time of reflection. Another opening bowler with a side strain this morning, today, as they start bowling, which has restricted things, but I do not think it has made a difference to the outcome today. It was a toss that Jason Tibbs did win, and as was the blueprint for last year, decided to bat first, and Hailsham never really got their innings going. It took a last wicket stand to propel them to 210, and at half time Willie P said to me, it's not enough, and as ever he was right. I had really hoped for some early wickets, but the top order is absolute class, and Nouri, the wicketkeeper, has finished that off comprehensively. The top 5 from Bolney never really looked in any danger, but there are still some highlights. Young Jack Coughlin today at 16 years of age, bowling against players that have top scored in the Prem years ago. Great experience for him. Andrew Anthony got his eye back in with the bat. But Bolney now move on to 90 points out of a possible 90. The 3rd successful run chase of the season for them. Game played in good spirits. Umpires coming off now, slightly colder than what they had done the last couple of weeks, but thoroughly enjoyable. And some of the shots played by the Bolney batsmen there were exceptional. Hailsham will regroup. We knew there'd be some testing times this season, moving into this division. Very glad that they got off to that winning start against Rossingdean. And last week against Little Common, a team that we do know. Was unfortunate, especially the batting, and today we've come up against a highly skilled and experienced side. We are still young, we will learn. Did well in the end to get up to 210, so we got some batting points, but really a comprehensive victory. So, from Big Willie P and myself, cheers for tuning in, and we will see you again soon. How's that?